April 6, 2011 meeting of the Lake Forest Building Review Board. Let us begin by introducing the members of the board. I'm Lloyd Culbertson, representing the 4th Ward. And would the other members of the board introduce themselves, starting to my left, please?
John Clare.
Maddie Dugan, 3rd Ward.
Stuart Trey, 2nd Ward.
Peggy Vignacchi, 2nd Ward.
Monica Ruggles, 1st Ward.
Charlie King, 2nd Ward.
And would the staff please introduce themselves?
Kathy Serniak.
Megan O'Neill.
Thank you. The board is here tonight to work together with all of you, property owners, architects, neighbors, and interested citizens, to continue the long tradition that allows community members to work together to preserve the qualities and the unique character that make Lake Forest a special community. We recognize the personal importance of each petitioner's request. Our goal is to respect the requests of the owner while balancing the interests of the community as a whole to preserve, complement, and enhance its architectural character and heritage. For those of you who may not be familiar with the Building Review Board, the types of projects that come before this board are those in which the property owners are requesting a variance to allow a home that is larger than permitted by code, are seeking a demolition permit for a replacement structure, or otherwise involve issues that could not be fully resolved with the city staff. It is important to note that over 95% of building permits are issued by the city without the need for any board review. Thus, the board typically deals with the most challenging and sometimes controversial projects. The City of Lake Forest is committed to conducting open and fair meetings. To achieve that goal, the board has adopted meeting procedures so that all parties will be provided with an opportunity to speak. These proceedings are outlined in the agendas available at the back of the room. This meeting is also broadcast on cable television. Speaking on behalf of the entire board and city staff, our objective is to provide a review process that is thorough, fair, and without unnecessary delay. The next order of business is the approval of the minutes from the March 2nd, 2011 meeting. Are there any comments or substantive changes any of the members would like to make? I have one. On page 5, the 3rd paragraph, summarizing some of my comments. In the middle of the paragraph, it says he agreed that the window wells, if connected, could be an improvement to the project. I believe I indicated that, in my opinion, keeping the window wells separate would be in the better interest of the project. So if you could make that change, I'd appreciate it. Any other amendments to the minutes? Hearing none, I ask for a motion to approve the minutes from March 2nd.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes of the March minutes with your correction on your comments.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes have been approved. The next item on the agenda is a continued petition, a request for the approval of a new single-family dwelling on a vacant lot at 27 West Onwentsia Road. The owners are Rajul and Gopal Bhalala, and their representatives are Shawn Purnell, architect.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Lloyd, before we get started, I wondered if I could...
Thank you. I do need to ask the board members if any of them have a conflict of interest or ex parte contact with the petitioner.
Yes, I do. After reviewing the whole package, I feel I need to recuse myself from this.
Okay. Thank you, John. I'm sorry for the interruption. Please proceed.
My name is Robert Churchill. I'm an attorney with Churchill, Quinn, Rickman, and Hamilton. And my clients are Dr. and Mrs. Bhalala. They have been residents of Lake Forest for 21 years. The property, which is the subject of this application, has been owned by them for 20 years. Let me briefly reintroduce the team that we have with us here tonight. I've given you a little handout with business cards. From Manhart Consulting, we have Glenn Christensen, the senior planner, who's our landscape architect, and Peter Storr, who will present our 3D model. We have Shawn Purnell, who is our architect, Bud Reed, our engineer, and from MTM, Mike Minchillo, our general contractor, and also Dr. and Mrs. Bhalala are with us this evening. To refresh your recollections, we came before you on November 3rd of last year. We stated to you then that we wanted to give you first look at our proposal so that we could obtain the benefit of your thoughts and your direction. And we had quite a lengthy evening, if I remember correctly, and we listened to what you said. In the past 5 months, we've diligently worked with the city's staff. We heard your suggestions regarding the building scale ordinance. The original structure exceeded that limit. The current plan is 183 square feet below the limit. The original plan called for a French eclectic architectural style. We listened to your comments and took them to heart. We've completely revamped the architectural style to Italianate. In particular, the designs of A.J. Downing have provided inspiration for the final style. We've provided for more water storage, 45% greater water capacity on the property than in the original plan. We've reduced the size of the home, we've reduced the footprint of the home, we've simplified the look of the home, we've simplified the design elements of the home, and we hope that these significant changes are considered by you as improvements to our project. We want to move forward. So our goal tonight is to present you with a project that we hope you will approve. Let me just remind you, this is a vacant lot at 27 Onwentsia Drive. I will forego any further discussion of the lot because we did that in November, and also you have it in your board packet. At this time, Dr. and Mrs. Bhalala have asked for just a moment if they could just address the board. Dr. and Mrs. Bhalala.
Hello, I'm Rajul, and this is Gopal. We just want to thank the board and the staff for being so patient with our design, and as John said, that we have owned the lot for quite a long period of time, and due to a variety of reasons have not been able to devote full time. Most recently, our tragedy, we lost our 20-year-old daughter in '05, so things have just, we kind of start things and then put them off because of the complexity. But this time, we really want to get moving, and we just request that whatever help you need from us, or just please communicate that, and we can get going with the project. And our whole philosophy is leave something better than what you found, and leave it more useful, more conducive than how you got it. So that's the philosophy that we've been guiding our team with. And whatever way that we can help you out, please let us know.
And now I'd like to ask Glenn Christensen, Shawn Purnell, and Peter Storr to quickly explain the changes and show you the latest 3D model of the house.
Thanks, Bob. Again, my name is Glenn Christensen, Senior Planner and Landscape Architect with Manhart Consulting. What I'd like to do is talk briefly a little bit about this change in the site plan, and then I'll turn it over to Shawn to talk about the architecture, which I think you're probably more interested in that at this point. What you have here, and I think this exhibit was in your packet, the gray outline on the lot here with the old footprint that we showed to you last November, and the black outline that's on there now is the new footprint, which is set back a little bit more and is considerably smaller than the last one. This is a little color up of the entire lot, and I just briefly like to go over some of the quick dimensions of where the house is located in relation to some other items on the lot. The house itself, which is dark brown here, will take access along the 45-foot wide portion of the lot here. The house is about 410 feet south of the pavement of Onwentsia Road there. The adjoining house on the front, this house right here, the newer house, is about 74 feet off the property line. The house, the proposed house here, from the house in this location is about 134 feet. And from the house directly to the north is about 80 feet off the corner to this corner. This house complies with all the zoning restrictions in relation to setbacks, floor area ratio, bulk. The actual bulk calculation, as Bob had mentioned, we're underneath the threshold of that according to the calculations. And we do conform to all the engineering requirements. We do have a Colomar in hand, which is a conditional map amendment from FEMA. We've had the engineering department review our calculations and preliminary engineering to this point, and we believe we're in conformance with them. And so that briefly is our site plan change. Shawn will get into the architecture. I might mention that, again, the driveway will meander through this 45-foot strip here between some of the existing trees. We got a couple bump outs that will be there to allow people to pass as you come through. And the major change in the plan, the site plan, was the fact that the garage was tilted to the side, so we have access from the east versus the front load garage we had previously. And with that, I'll turn it over to Shawn to talk about the architecture and the 3D presentation. And I'll be back to talk about the landscaping as well.
Hi, good evening. At the last meeting, we received, I think, pretty explicit direction on a couple fronts. One, in relation to the building scale, the overall size of the project, and then to the specific detailing, the massing, the hierarchy of both the architectural style and the way that style was implemented. In responding to the bulk calculation reduction, we, after going over several iterations with staff, felt that the architectural style needed to change significantly. We needed a style that the homeowners could appreciate, but also needed a much lower pitched roof and a much more simplified massing. We looked at a couple options briefly, even an international style, more of a modern home, but ultimately the homeowners felt this was something that they were had a lot more appreciation for. So with that said, we've revised the design to an Italianate style, significantly reducing the footprint and the complexity of the project. We've tried to orient the hierarchy of the massing away from the access drive, putting the tallest elements toward the interior of the lot. I believe there was some specific comments about the garage doors really being kind of the first thing that you see when traveling down the access drive, so it was a priority to respond to that, and the engineering, I think, successfully accommodated that side load garage. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we're going to just run a brief kind of a 3D fly around on the house so you can kind of see all four elevations. We tried to keep the detailing simple, several trim elements in terms of the bracketing and the extended eaves. There's several bay features and a few exterior porches, both open porches and a covered porch off of the rear great room. Using those elements to soften the pretty regular brick exterior.
Please feel free to continue.
Okay. So we've gone over the design several different times with staff, which I again have to say have been extremely helpful and accommodating, really accessible, and able to give us some really good tips and suggestions along the way. We differ, I think, on the inclusion of a tower element, probably in the detailing of the tower. I don't think the tower itself is atypical for this style, but provides a focal point and a little more of a face to the home as you come down the access drive. The materiality is going to be a consistent brick throughout. It's a clay tile roof. The brackets and trims will be the third element. We tried to really restrict the palette of materials, colors, and again, with the overall simplification of the project, we felt that was important. I'll let Glenn talk again briefly about the landscaping, and then we're very interested to hear your take on the project.
We've done a couple shots here with landscaping. We tried to be as close as possible to the plant materials. Our selection palette isn't quite as good as the building materials on this program, but we have submitted a full landscape plan with the package, as well as a tree survey. I think there were 74 trees tagged on the site that were over 8 inches. There really aren't any quality trees that the urban forest management could see. That most of them are rather poor quality, and there really aren't very good samples of indigenous material at all. There are no oaks or hickories. But that being said, with the construction of the house and the driveway, we're thinking right now of taking out 29 of the 74 trees, just to make the site functional. On top of that, though, we're going to provide a lot more plant material. It's not only indigenous to the area, but can tolerate some of the wet conditions on the site and the proper plant materials for the site. And from the rendering here, the landscape style was to do a couple things. One is to frame the architecture. We think it's a good looking piece of architecture, but also to screen views both in and out of the property. We feel 410 feet from Onwentsia, that this will basically be totally blocked from any view from Onwentsia in itself. It's really not part of the streetscape, but it is set back on the property. We selected materials that would provide some variety of color throughout the year, and again would be indigenous to the area and handle the wet conditions. As far as the ground plane, we've called out for some ground cover, some annual plant material in front by the entrances. Basic turf in the front of the house. I might add the driveway is going to be made up of grass, crete, which will have grass growing up through it, with the exception of 2 tire rails going up to the bridge area there. The driveway area from the point of where the balusters start will be all permeable pavers, and that the paving around the front of the house and the back of the house will be pavers as well. And with that, I think that unless anybody else has anything to add, we're here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Now, may we have identification of key issues from staff?
Thank you, Chairman Culbertson. As has been mentioned, the Bhalalas have been working on this project for a very, very long time. It's a very, very unusual lot. Before even looking at the design of the house, they've spent a lot of time going through the FEMA process, working with the city engineer, and I think it's important to be very clear that this is a buildable lot. It was approved through a subdivision in the 80s. If the same subdivision were to come forward today, regulations have changed, so it's likely that the subdivision may not be approved today. However, it was approved in the 80s, so this is a buildable lot. The lot is very unique in that the building pad is extraordinarily restricted. The property is impacted by the floodway, by the floodplain and by the fact that it's a lot in depth. All of those together serve to squeeze the building pad and force it into the southeast corner of this lot. A good part of this lot is prohibited from being constructed. So in this case, we have a building scale ordinance that allows much of the square footage of the lot to be counted, with the exception of the access area that goes from the front of the house out to Onwentsia Road, but really forces that square footage into a very small part of the lot. To further complicate that, because of the need to create compensatory storage on this lot because of the floodplain, the buildable area needs to be built up. And as you've been very clearly shown, the house really sits essentially on an island, so presents very, very unique challenges. Since your last meeting, the Bhalala's representatives have been very willing to come in, discuss concepts, met with them multiple times. Ms. O'Neill in particular has spent much time. So I thank and commend Mr. Christensen and Mr. Purnell and Mr. Minchillo. They've been very attentive and really trying to solve these issues. As was noted, the city engineer has reviewed the calculations for this property a number of times. He has confirmed that the calculations demonstrate that what is being provided provides sufficient compensatory storage. The numbers work. The technical aspect of this proposed development works. And those pieces aren't under your purview, but it was important in this case to set that stage. But again, all of those technical issues make, I think, your job and the designer's job difficult to really find a house that really fits this site and is compatible with the neighborhood and takes into account the challenges. When this came before you 5 months ago, you really focused on three things. You asked staff and the petitioner to go back, look carefully at the lot, consider its unique aspects, and consider designs, consider materials that might serve to really work well and enhance this lot and really create a project that meets the challenges that the lot presents. Second, you directed that, as with all new houses that come before you, that it be within building scale. Because of the need to expose part of the basement, that presented a unique challenge in this project because water does need to be able to infiltrate underneath the house in the crawl space during heavy storm events. So that has exposed part of the basement, adding some square footage, but with design and redesign, that square footage has been minimized. Third, you asked that we work together to assure that all aspects of the design conform to a single style. I think a great deal of progress has been made on this petition, and we appreciate the Bhalala's patience because this has been a difficult process. Although we're not comfortable at this point recommending approval, we did feel it was important and timely and necessary to continue to move this forward, and that's why we're back before you tonight. I know we've heard from some of the neighboring property owners, want you to hear from them, and we're hoping that you can give us some pretty clear direction on how we move to a final solution on this so that we can get this project underway. Really two areas of focus. You don't have many options as far as the siting of the structure, but your focus really should be on the architectural design of the building and on the hardscape landscape treatment. In this case, there is a lot of need to create walls, to create some landscaped areas that can accommodate water. So really looking for your comments in those two areas. And with that, I will be happy to answer questions. Ms. O'Neill also is happy to answer more of the detailed questions, but again, we appreciate the extraordinary amount of work that has gone into this on the part of the petitioner's representatives, and really looking forward to your comments so we can try and find a good solution and a final solution for this project.
Thank you, Kathy. Now is time for questions and requests for clarification from the board to the petitioner and to staff. Who would like to begin?
I have a question for the petitioner on the home is built on this island, as Kathy had mentioned, with the retaining walls around it. But there are no retaining walls on the south or the rear of the house. Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
Okay, so and any water that sits under the house would come in through the vents in the rear and exit through those same vents. So I'm trying to get a handle on how the house is built. It's on this island. Then are there foundation walls that are that are covered with dirt? You know, that you're going to haul fill in between the retaining wall and the home. Am I correct on that?
Actually, what we're going to try to do is balance the cut and fill on the site. We're going to take away in some areas, you know, on either side of the house and in the front. I think there was a color exhibit that showed the cut and fill as part of the package. Do we have that too? But while we got this picture up, these are the vents in the back, and then there's a vent on the door. Those will allow the input and the release of the water.
Okay, all right, okay.
But the fill on the site, we're going to try to balance it as best we can so we don't have to bring anything in or take anything out as far as that's concerned.
Okay, so looking at you pointed out this colored fill thing. Is the blue, is that fill?
The blue is fill, and the purple is the cut,
Okay,
and the yellow being about even.
okay, so the only water that is going to be held, will just be held under the house. There's none to the east of it or to the west of it?
No,
or to the
that's
north?
actually the depressional areas, this area, and this area will also hold water, as will the majority of the backyard back here.
I see.
So,
Okay, and how I think there's some mention of those retaining walls, how high will they be? Do you know at this point?
well, we're held to a maximum
7 feet, I believe.
7 feet with the retaining wall and the railing, so that we won't exceed 7 feet at any
Oh,
point.
including that railing?
Including the railing,
I
that's
see,
correct.
okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
I have a question for the petitioner. You have a drawing here showing the building area comparison. What is that building area calculation? That's not bulk, is it? What is that?
That was just it's a comparison of the previous and the current footprints of the home only. Not
This number right here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was the comparison of the actual footprints between the two. Not the bulk or the...
including
Got it.
garages.
Right.
It's just a rough number just
Okay.
to show the difference that we see.
Okay.
I have a question for staff regarding, the bulk calculations. Now that the home is raised up almost 5 feet or so, is that correct? The island that's being built up is about 5 feet from the original grade. And then the new calculations are taken from that new elevated line, is that correct?
With respect to the upper stories, the second and third floor
Yeah.
stories, those are taken from the top of the first floor. So the lower level is calculated based on the exposed foundation wall on the south side.
Correct, and like when I'm looking at the building scale calculation sheet, I don't see anything down at that lower level. Because I think that's what we have, there is like the 600, so we do still count something down
Yes,
there.
there is still a portion. It is significantly less than what was shown to you previously.
Okay, so they were still counting that. Okay.
The building bulk calculation is from...
Could you step to the microphone, please? Thank you.
The bulk is calculated from the top of the first floor. The heights are all calculated from the existing grade. So just to bring that up, excluding the tower, well, everything complies with the height, obviously, but excluding the tower, we're significantly, I think, 4 to 6 feet under the height requirement, and as seen from the front, given that we're raising the house out 5 feet, that would essentially be an additional 5 feet less than the height in terms of just the perception of the home from the front.
And the finished floor line, first floor lines of your proposed home and the neighbors are very similar, is that correct?
Yeah, I
That's what I
think,
saw in the survey, they're almost at the same level, right?
I think within about 6 inches out of all 4 houses.
So you're really not higher than the adjoining neighbors?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Maddie, Charlie, any questions?
Just a couple. The materials you're using on your railings, are they going to be consistent between the railings on top of the retaining walls as well as the house, and what are those materials? Because there's a lot of railing here on this site, house, et cetera.
Yeah, we would, the proposed railings are all going to be a cast railing system, and they will be consistent from grade to house.
Do you have a sample of that? Yeah, cast, I guess I'm not familiar with
That is,
what the...
I think we don't have a color sample of that with us, no.
And speaking of color samples, how about the brick? Do you have a sample of the brick that you're proposing to use?
You should.
I have it outside.
Oh.
You bring up the color.
I'd like to see it if that's possible. And
Yeah, we have the tile and the brick should be in.
Is there a specific reason that you have added the tower to the structure? I mean, from what I recall, the last time you were here, the board basically asked for a simplistic, architectural style, something that would fit into the site. And, I know that with Italianate architecture, towers are commonplace, but since, one of the directions was to sort of simplify the project, I'm wondering if there's something that, the client directed, that the tower has some sort of significance to the lifestyle, or is it just purely an ornamental feature?
It will serve as a two-story prayer room for them, which is significant in terms of their use of the home, yes. Also, we felt that it is typical to that style, and you could argue that this would not then be the most pared down and simplified version of that style. But given that it's, within the vocabulary of Italianate, we felt that it would be acceptable.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Back to follow up a little bit on Charlie's questions about the color scheme on the house. I know computer renderings aren't always the most accurate, but what is white on this picture that we see, is that your plan? It's going to be white, or it's going to be
it's
more
close.
of a cement, a limestone color?
Right now, the white both kind of shows the trim elements as well as the stone and cast elements.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll admit there's a simplification there just in terms of reading the project. The tower elements, the bay elements, the bracketing, the crown molding at the eaves, those are all a painted trim, which will be a slightly off-white color, not a pure white. And then the stone, for example, at the columns at the entry tower, there's limestone base there. The trim around the windows is going to be a limestone that'll match with the cast color of the balusters and the railings.
Okay.
So there's two colors there, very similar but not identical.
And the window trim color?
The window trim
It
color
looks like dark brown,
of the window itself, yes, correct, beige.
painted.
Yes. Well, it's a, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand it.
It's in the plan of the window.
It's the clad window.
Okay.
color. Yeah,
And it's a dark brown.
that's correct.
Okay.
question regarding the landscaping. When you look at your cut and fill plan, you show an additional, I think at the front of the building, either retention or detention space up there also. And yet on your landscape plan, you show that whole area to be sodded.
Right. Why don't you put up the landscape? Those areas will only flood occasionally, and they will not hold water for very long. And I think you're, okay, hold on. Yeah, right there. You're talking, this area right in here? Right, this area?
Yes,
And this area?
yes.
They will hold water. They will not take water coming up, back through the system, but they'll hold water. There'll be a check valve in a structure right here that will only allow the water to go this way. So, and these are at a little bit higher elevation. They will hold water occasionally, but not long enough, and we feel it won't be long enough to hurt the sod, so.
So you're not having additional plantings there, you're just doing regular sod there?
A regular sod, but we do have some along the fence line, and we do have a few trees in here, some birch trees and some alders that can handle getting their feet wet once in a while, so.
Okay, and then reaching out into the rear yard also?
Back in here?
Yes.
Yeah. Show the other one. Goes back. Yeah. The dark area here would be the area that would be sodded. The remainder of the lot would be planted with a wet mesic prairie mix, which would be allowed to stay in its natural state, and that can handle the wetness as well. And the other plant material that's back in here too would be the swamp white oaks, some red maples, things like that that can handle the wet soils and getting their feet occasionally.
And you have, and is that meant to help, what's the water retention there?
Well, the water retention will be primarily in this area here, and then all through the yard itself will, when this floods, when the Skokie River floods over, this will hold water, and then it will be allowed to release back into the river as the river goes down. And
so what's your expectancy on the amount of water, or how long that'll hold water?
That shouldn't hold water too long. Right now, it's kind of a natural bowl that fills up with water because it really doesn't have a chance to get back into the river. We're gonna have a structure there that will allow that to happen. And Bud, how long do you think we'll be inundated for? What?
I'm worried depending on the level of the Skokie Creek.
I'm sorry?
It will depend on the rain events and the amount of flooding on the Skokie River.
And I forget, could you remind us, the entire site is floodplain, is that correct?
The entire site, about in through the lower part is part of the floodplain. The line right here is the floodway. So this portion of the site is in the floodway.
That's in floodway, but isn't the rest of it floodplain?
Up to about this point right in here, yes.
Okay. And how many year flood is that? I think we discussed it last time.
That was the 100-year flood.
Are you showing plantings inside that pond down there?
Down in here?
Yeah.
Just on the upper sides of it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a little trouble reading some of the numbers that correspond with the landscape material. Can you show me where you've got some evergreens so that there's some winter?
Yeah, on the this piece fits onto the top here.
Right.
But if you look at this is along the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
We've added some evergreens along this stretch of the driveway, which will match up with the adjoining property owners have planted a significant number of evergreens as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we use the same type there. At the entrance, we've done an arborvitae wall along with a couple entry posts and there will also be a gate there. There'll be a lot of evergreens around the house, which is above the floodplain. and out of the wetness. Along the wall right here, again on the upper level, a whole row of arborvitae to screen the adjoining house here. I've had a couple evergreens at almost 100-year floodplain elevation right here. Otherwise, the remainder of the site, which is subject to periodic wetness, I didn't include any evergreens at all because they couldn't handle it. But we do have quite a few in the front of the house here and then in front here.
Are there any opposite the garage? What is the plant material opposite the garage?
I believe the 3 trees here, again, and this will be an area that'll take some water, but can't read.
Because according to the shading, it looks like it's higher and drier there.
Well, it'll be close.
Okay.
It'll be in the 100-year floodplain, but I think we have put in there, I can't recall.
Yeah, see, I can't read it off the plan.
But it's
Not evergreen.
non-evergreen, yeah. Go down a little bit more. T8, go to the T's. Yeah, it's a common ball cypress, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And that can handle a lot of water, so.
Okay.
And then I might add too, that's a pretty full tree that will help screen the entrances, the garage doors from the adjoining property as well. And then we've added some plant material in through here. And there's a considerable amount of plant material. There's an existing fence that runs the entire east property line. There's a lot of plant material just on the other side of the fence as well. As well as on the property here to the north and along the stream.
Thank you.
I have a question on the fencing. On the east side of the property, there is an existing fence that runs the full length of the property.
That's correct, yeah.
On the west side, it looks like you plan to put a fence along the driveway and then angle and then go on the north edge of the property.
Right. I'll try to get that up for you here. Open the site plan. Yeah. Yeah, the fence on the north and on the west, the fence starts right here. There's quite a bit of plant material here, kind of natural setting. When we started the fence here, we'll run along the property line this way, over to here. Over to this point right here is where the floodway is located. We can't put any structure in the floodway, so that fence will run from about here down over to here.
Okay, so there'd be nothing on the western along
No,
the
this
river.
is, this whole section is, the back section of the lot here will basically remain the same. It's wooded and has some lower shrubs, and here's the creek right here, so.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
I have some more questions about the architecture of the building itself. Once you chose the Italianate style, did you give any consideration to the exterior materials, like you're with brick now, but did you look at, the wood siding or, stucco?
Yeah.
And what were your reasons for going with the brick?
We had looked at, the more Victorian leanings of Italianate and the articulated columns of, more slender columns. And after discussions with the homeowner, we wanted to move towards, we thought a material that kind of blended into the natural landscape, and we feel that this colored brick does that, in addition to being a durable and maintenance-free exterior. It has the longevity that the clients were looking for.
Okay, and let's see. I think perhaps some of the concerns that may come up is just the overall massing of the home. Even though it does conform to the allowable building heights and such, I see that the second floors are a 10-foot ceiling height. So, I mean, if something like that was reduced back down to 9 feet or such, it could bring down the scale of the building slightly and bring the eaves down a bit. But although I know you are conforming as is. But did you do studies where it was actually a smaller mass than what you have here?
We did, and that was one of the things that kind of went back and forth with Megan specifically about is, you know, we're having a little bit of a trouble getting the verticality of an Italianate home, which is almost cube-shaped and reads almost as tall as it does wide. In this house, by nature of the lot, and we're under bulk, but given the size of the home that can be built here, including the garage, started to become horizontal. And the more we lower that pitch, the more it almost starts to read like a prairie home or something with wide eaves and much more horizontal. So.
Folks, why did you choose Italianate?
That was one of several styles that we went over. The homeowners were interested in a traditional style that is existing in several places in Lake Forest, and it's something that they appreciated. Also, it features a couple elements that enabled us to more easily comply with the bulk, like the much lower pitch than, say, the French eclectic style, which we looked at before. So that was a consideration. We had to obviously count a pretty decent amount of the crawl space area, and so we felt that it had practical positives as well as being a style that they had already expressed an appreciation for. It was one of several styles originally considered for the overall project.
Did you take into account the compatibility of that particular style with the nature of the lot and the character of the neighborhood?
I think that was a consideration. We don't feel that mimicking the exact style of the few of the surrounding homes was something that the Bhalalas were interested in. Like I say, we did briefly look at a more modern, almost international style, which is exhibited in a few of the surrounding homes. And they are in a home right now that's very similar to that, very contemporary massing, and wanted a completely different look to this home. So we did consider it, and we did discuss it with staff. We went over some very, very preliminary ideas of how that might look, but that was rejected.
Along those lines, were there discussions with staff, and staff can respond to this as well, regarding other styles that might be appropriate for the character of this particular location?
Yeah, I don't think that they didn't dictate or suggest a specific, but I think we proposed several directions that we thought might be the way to go after the last appearance. And after presenting some rough preliminary ideas in several different directions, we received confirmation that this would be, you know, an acceptable style within the Lake Forest vocabulary, and that it would be acceptable to pursue.
Do you have a comment on that topic, staff?
Sure. As has been said, we've had several conversations with the petitioner. I think when we first started looking at this, one of the first proposals that came back was just a modification of what you saw before, more of the French eclectic style of architecture. And then directing the petitioner to really look at a style of architecture that relates to the site, can be designed given the restrictions and restraints of the site, and really trying to be compliant with one particular style of architecture. And I think at this point, they have a design that articulates a consistent architectural style, and it's below bulk. So at this time, it was appropriate to bring it back to the board for comment.
I'm curious, you mentioned that the Italianate style has a verticality to it, to use your phrase. And yet this is a home that will be built up, built on a higher elevation, built on an island was a term used earlier. It just strikes me as why you would pick a vertical architectural style on a building platform that's already going to be elevated.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it was primarily starting from the point of, obviously we need to comply with the bulk and all of the overall height limitations. selecting an architectural style that the homeowners have an affinity for, that has a more lower pitched and horizontal roof structure, kind of all fit those criteria. It's a style that they like aesthetically. That being said, even though the home is from this given lot built up to a certain extent, like was pointed out earlier, the home is relatively similar to the surrounding homes in terms of the floor heights. And with 90% of the home being significantly under the height requirement, we felt we had a little latitude to stay within the requirements and pursue a style that was aesthetically pleasing to the Bhalalas.
Would you agree, however, that building a vertical style of architecture on an already elevated platform, it almost necessarily suggests greater massing than we were trying to look for by way of our last meeting?
If I may, I think everybody's said that this is on an island that's built up. I think if you look at the elevations, surrounding the site and all through here is at the same elevation as you come in here. This is kind of a depressional area on either side, but this elevation is the same all the way back, all the way to the road. And it's really not built up in the air per se. In that area, it kind of started to slope down. So in a sense, it's being put at an elevation that's the same. It's already been established. So I don't think you really, as you come down the driveway, you don't see that the house elevated. You see it at the same plane you are on the driveway. So I don't think there's that observation that it's up in the air. So.
And to respond directly, I do think that the intention was to be respectful of those overall limits. And one of the ways that we felt that we could do that is provide a singular focus element that adds some verticality, but that the remainder of the house is considerably under the maximum. We're not trying to push it within an inch of its life, but we did feel that it was important that we comply with the bulk, but then also balance that with the needs of the homeowners. And yes, we could reduce the ceiling heights to a point. We could make a 8-foot ceiling, but that both wouldn't really fit the style or be acceptable to the homeowner. Since we're significantly under the requirements, we felt that was doing our job in terms of meeting the overall perception of bulk of the home.
You mentioned prairie earlier. Did you consider a prairie style of architecture for this location?
Not specifically. We looked at an international style in general, more the modern modernist leanings of the international style, but it wasn't something that the homeowners were interested in pursuing aesthetically.
Going back to the tower, there are a lot of, as you said, there's a lot of Italianate examples that don't incorporate a tower. Is that something that you as the petitioners could live without?
I think we could address, we've discussed with staff keeping that center element and bringing it down to the eave line so that doesn't, I think my point earlier was that there are lots of Italian examples that do contain a tower, not that doesn't.
Both ways.
You're correct. And we're certainly here to listen to your feedback and the finer points of how the design might evolve, of course.
Thank you. Monica brought up the subject of color and materials. Why brick? Why not a softer wood siding or something like that might?
Similar reasons. Both, I think, are acceptable options within the umbrella of the style. And this was something that the homeowners had an affinity for. It naturally provides an enduring and soft, very natural color, as opposed to, as I said, a more Victorian painted look, which I think, even if the colors are muted, it naturally, I think, stands out a little bit more from that backdrop of the landscape. So we felt this was a respectful material choice.
I think it's been observed earlier that there are a lot of fences and walls here. Some of the walls are necessary in order to accommodate the water capacity. what's the rationale behind the fence? And that's in brown in your picture there. Yes.
Sure.
I think the question on this fence here,
Yes, sir.
that's probably because of the proximity to the adjoining house, to keep privacy between the two properties. If you could throw the site plan on there, I think it becomes a little more apparent. Yeah, the existing house, which was built on this lot, is fairly close to the property line, and we were looking to keep that privacy between the two properties.
Is the fence proposed right on the property line, or is it set back from the property line?
It'll be basically on the property line, a little bit probably by code on our property.
And if you could go back to the previous slide, please. Or, I'm sorry, there you go. And then that railing that's along the driveway and up to the front door, what is that material?
Those are cast balusters as well. And those pretty much wrap around all the retaining walls in the front.
And do you have a picture of the railing, or what that fence looks like? Thank you. Is this and help me out here? Is this typical style for? Is it compatible? Is that consistent with the Italianate style? It seems rather heavy to me.
Yes, I think that it is, and it kind of matches the material choice to brick and stone rather than, as was said earlier, the lighter Victorian leanings of the trim, in which case, right, that would probably proliferate through the landscaping. So we felt like this was a precedent direction within Italianate style, more towards the stones and bricks rather than trim, painted, brighter colored balusters.
And likewise, there appears to me to be quite a bit of railing on the house. I think Charlie observed that earlier. Do you have what does that look like?
It's going to be a similar design and material, right? And the idea was to try to bring that villa style up into the construction of the home and provide functional areas. Since obviously a lot of the rear yard is sometimes inaccessible, it's very important for the Bhalalas to have functional raised patio space that they can use.
Just to interject here, Lloyd, the rear of the property, if you could bring that up with the railing, that was one area I was particularly interested in. The amount of railing there and deck space, patio space, et cetera. Second floor, first floor, I mean, it's extensive. Again, is that part of the Italianate design or not?
It's not a literal copy of a specific precedent. But again, we're trying to balance, especially at the rear of the lot, which is obviously hidden from the front side. We were trying to provide the elevated space that the homeowners need, given that a large portion of the lot will not be accessible for exterior entertaining or use during some of the more wet parts of the year.
I have no more questions at this time. Are there any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I still have one.
Please.
I still have concern about the water, and I heard an earlier comment, and I can't recall if it was during the opening comments, that there's 45% greater water storage. Was that in comparison to the earlier design, or what is it referring to? Did someone say that?
That's for existing conditions. There's 45% more area for water than the existing conditions present. There's more volume there to hold water.
Okay. Do you by chance have the amount of what the total foundation area was on the prior petition plan?
The area of the footprint?
Yeah, you're giving us a calculation here saying total foundation area is about 2,400 square feet on this current plan. I'm curious what it was on the prior one.
You did the calculations. Yeah, this
The
one.
foundation specifically, this number here, between 5,500 and roughly 3,800, let's call it, is the reduction in the overall footprint of the home. That would count both the basement and we included the attached garage and garage space in that. So it's not purely the foundation of the home, but the reduction of man-made intrusion on the site is the difference between 5,500 and 3,800 square feet.
The actual footprint.
So what's this total foundation area then that's listed here?
I'm sorry, I can't see what you're referring to.
You have a bulk calculation sheet that was submitted, bulk diagram sheet that was submitted, and on the last page, it says, the foundation plan, it says, total foundation area, 2,431.
And that wouldn't count exterior columns or garage space or anything like that. So for the bulk, we're looking at the height that's a certain distance above the finished grade, which is mitigated by all of the retaining elements and the building up of the lot around the house.
How much area are we still including the entire crawl space as water storage?
Correct.
It'd be the area that you've seen right here, that this part of the foundation is part of the water storage. I think the garage is not included in that, and I think the front entrance is not included in that either.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a question about lighting. Like, is there going to be any extraordinary site lighting? And is the tower element something that will be illuminated, like a beacon?
Yeah, I can answer the first question. We plan on conforming to all the ordinances in relation to site lighting. And I think we have restrictions on numbers and the type and that type of thing, yeah. As far as, I'll let Shawn talk about the tower.
The architectural lighting within the tower is planned to be wall-mounted, basically wall wash lighting. It's not a very bright space. It's I think a calm, it's a prayer room, right? So it's not going to have a huge chandelier that's going to be visible from that this third story area. Any light would be a glow from below. It wouldn't, I don't think, have a impact on the neighboring properties. Certainly in terms of foot candle radiance, it wouldn't at all.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the board?
One other quick question. The garage doors, I guess, on the east elevation, what are the materials that you're contemplating there?
Those are wood, and they would be similar to the front door. Those are,
What color is that? So a dark brown?
it's a dark brown. Yeah, it's going to be a dark oak color.
Not hearing any more questions from the board, so now is the opportunity for members of the public to step forward and speak to the petition if they wish to. Is there anybody from the public who would like to comment? Please, sir, if you'll step forward to a microphone and identify yourself.
Absolutely. Jamie Pruitt, and I live at 135 Poplar, so we would be behind this structure across the drainage and basically facing the rear of the building. And thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I honestly, to just be candid, I became recently concerned over this project after really seeing more detail over the last couple of weeks and have done some digging around, talking to neighbors, and I think that they share those concerns. You know, my family and related in-laws have a long history here, and I actually documented some of my thoughts earlier to you today, which should have been in your packet. So I'm not going to recap that whole thing, but just to kind of summarize, I'm really here to represent Onwentsia Gardens. I'm not sure that voice has been heard enough. There are a lot of neighbors that back up to this project and will be materially impacted by it. Lighting was just mentioned. I think that that's a concern of ours. This is a very natural area. It will be lit, it will glow. That's something that's a big change. Probably most important is the issue of flooding, the floodplain itself, the drainage. There's a containment area that about 4 houses share, part of Poplar Road and Honeysuckle, and that floods. And it did so twice this past year. The flood came up past my property line into my yard already without something like this changing the natural watershed. So, you know, I guess what I'm here to say is that we strongly object to the project. And in consulting with other folks around, they would agree with that. Building in a floodplain disrupts the natural watershed. The vents are a very clever idea. That's really neat engineering, but what if they get trapped by debris and can't open and the water can't, you know, there's no access and egress for that? What happens to the excess water that flows? Draining the proposed site, I think, will, and we feel, will create some serious consequences and adverse impacts to this containment area, which, as I said, already seems to be at maximum capacity. It's functioning properly, but with additional drainage from something like this, we're worried. I mentioned security lighting. I think that really destroys the natural setting and ambiance, and that's something that we want to preserve. And the structure really, and in our opinion, materially alters the sight lines and the natural environment of the site. This is a big building. It will be visible. I'm not sure about building up on an island or any of that type of thing, but it doesn't seem to be in keeping or that consistent with the neighborhood theme and the feel up and down Onwentsia Road. You know, I looked, I'm not going to quote building code to you, and we're all well versed in that. I looked for 20 minutes through that document, and I identified 4 items that I think are in conflict with this project, or actually vice versa. So I guess in conclusion, we're really asking that the board not grant a building permit for this project. We, Mr. Chairman, agree. We want to preserve the natural setting and feel and the special character of Lake Forest, and feel that this is not appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Pruitt. I wonder if you would specify those 3 or 4
Sure.
aspects of the ordinance that...
So, pulling from the building code, just a quote, "The size, scale, and nature of the building or project should be consistent with the existing streetscape and character of the neighborhood." Many of these structures are built to blend into the natural setting. We've had some discussion about that tonight. This seems a very large structure in a very compact site and doesn't, in my opinion, blend very well. Projects that materially affect the natural features of a neighborhood or that materially alter the spaces and spatial relationships that characterize a property or surrounding neighborhood should be avoided. The clearance, I'm not sure the technical term, but between this building and the neighboring building of 80 feet, you know, that's less than 30 yards. There's a fence going in between it to separate and create privacy. That's changing the spatial relationship. Projects should be designed to preserve and enhance natural features on the site, including without limitation existing trees, wooded areas, landscaping. In addition, the project should be designed to minimize changes to the natural grade in order to maintain natural drainage patterns. There's been a lot of engineering on this, and it doesn't seem to me that that's maintaining the natural grade. Also, to avoid development that's unsightly, unsuitable, and not compatible with the property or surrounding neighborhood. And again, this is me spending a few minutes with this document, but these things jumped out off the page to me and to my neighbors as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the time.
Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak to the petition?
Hi, my name is Jan Gibson, 59 East Franklin Place. Although I'm a member of the Preservation Foundation, I'm really speaking as an interested citizen. Onwentsia Road is probably one of my favorite streets in town. I think it's the most charming and scenic one that I've seen, and I've been here for 15 years. I think the infill here is really full of problems. Obviously, the floodplain that the city has declared always flooding dramatically is a statement that kind of hit my eyes. And I know it floods frequently down in there. Also, other developments in town have had flood problems after things have been built, after structures have been built. I know there were more problems on Baroque Road due to other buildings being built. And even Thorndale Manor, the site of this year's Infant Welfare Showcase House, even left one of the, as it was subdivided, it left one of the properties in the southwest corner even undeveloped because of excessive water. Building an island and having a house that allows floodwater in the lower level during heavy storms, I think would be difficult for an owner. I would be concerned about maintenance. And from our preservationists who sit in these meetings, we're always hearing about mold and mildew and even more problems of what's going to happen with the floodwaters. Concerning the design of the house, the city suggested that the design should be compatible with natural character of the lot. And normally, I think you select a lot first and say this is where I want to live, and then you select the style of the house with the property in mind. So I didn't see it as an Italianate look. I saw it more of as a prairie, wooded, secluded type of structure if you were going to build there. The tower, I think, doesn't really fit the character of the land. I would suggest if I were a homeowner nearby that I would want to pole the height of the tower to sit in, it's going to be 5 feet up. I know you've discussed the footage of the thing, but some kind of a pole to determine how high is that tower really going to be, and so that the neighbors could really see the visual part of how high the property would be. I think the railing and the balustrades, I think you have there's a lot there. It's fussy, maybe it could be cut back a bit. And if I were a homeowner right around, I'd be concerned about the runoff and where the floods, where the water is going to be going into my property. I think there are just many things to consider before granting approval to this infill structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the petition? Seeing no one come forward, I'd like to give the petitioner an opportunity to respond and rebut to the public commentary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 3 points that I would like to respond to. And some of the people in the room weren't here the last time we were here. We had a major discussion on how this property was going to retain water that would have normally gone back into the waterway during a flood process. So in a sense, what we're doing, if you know the Des Plaines River Wetland Project, which takes water out of the river to slowly put it back in to the river at a later time, that helps flooding situations. So this property is designed to take water into it, and particularly the two holding areas in the front of the house, and then slowly allow that water to go back in during a flood stage. So we believe that it actually should be an improvement to the downstream waterway from what currently exists. So we've actually made that better. The second point I'd like to respond to is the question of streetscape. And I think you can see from the pictures, this property is back far enough that when we finally get the landscaping done, I doubt you'll be able to see the house at all from the street. There just won't be, you'll see a driveway and that's about all that you're going to see. So it shouldn't interfere with the rest of the streetscape along that road. And the third thing is about the prayer room. I believe if you can see the height of the prayer room along with the height of the house just to the right of it, I'm not sure it's exact, but it's very, very close, that it doesn't stick up above the rest of the house, that it's meant to be at the same level. So it's not something that that is it's called a tower, but it's really a piece of the house that is effectively the same height as the rest of the house. So those are the 3 points that I would like to respond to, and thank you very much. And do you want me to conclude at this time, or do you want to?
Actually, you have, I believe.
I've concluded my response, but...
If you want to make a couple of closing comments, you may.
Okay, fine. And I just, let me say thank you very much to the board. I know you have a couple of other presentations tonight. Having served in government for many, many years, I know what long nights are, and we appreciate everything that you do on behalf of the city to make your city a better place to live. If at all possible, we would like to move forward with the project. We have some needs for excavation and for earth compacting on the site to be able to make our applications to FEMA, which is going to take a period of time. And so any help that you could give us tonight to move parts of the project forward so that we're not at a stalemate sitting still would be very much appreciated. So, and thank you very much for your attention to our project.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill. Now we have an opportunity for the board to ask some final questions of the petitioner and/or staff.
I have one for the petitioner. The fencing around on the retaining walls. There is an awful lot of fencing here. My guess is that is somewhat necessary to define the wall for safety reasons. Am I correct on that? I mean, it's only a 3-foot drop, but still an automobile going over there or something like that.
Right, it's a visual thing, protecting automobile, and anything over 3 feet for pedestrians is a requirement.
Exactly, and somebody loops off of that,
exactly.
He could hurt himself seriously. Okay. I guess I have trouble, and I know that's a computer rendering, but with the white, it blows my mind. It's just too much, way too busy. I understand the need for it. I would love to see it toned down somehow.
Other questions before we go to discussion? I have a few. I'd like to ask staff, is the whole water issue, engineering, floodplain, drainage, is that within the purview of this board's authority, or has that already been signed off on by the engineering forces in the city?
The evaluation and the determination that the calculations sufficiently meet the required compensatory storage is not under the purview of the board. Certainly, because in this case, some of the technical issues create some features on the site, some depressional areas, some elevated areas. I think it bleeds into some design elements. So whether or not the site is buildable, whether or not the technical requirements of the applicable code requirements are met for stormwater retention, that is not under your purview. Any design-related elements would be under your purview.
Just one more question regarding the floodplain issue is there any kind of remediation option just in case this doesn't work?
Again, the city engineer has reviewed the numbers and confirmed that the numbers work. The city engineer, I think, in the best of all possible worlds, would prefer that the site was not developed. It is a legal building lot. We have reviewed this matter with the city attorney, and he has advised us that as part of the building permit process and certificate of occupancy, we will require some affidavits, some confirmation from the homeowners, so it will be clear that they are taking on the responsibility, the obligation for assuring that, in fact, the site works technically as we expect it to work. So there will be some additional legal requirements that we put in place because of the significance of the drainage issues on this property.
Okay. But again, this area is not within the purview of the board, except as insofar as drainage may relate to the design of the structure.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Pruitt spoke to several aspects of the building code. And he mentioned things like consistency with the streetscape. And by the way, I would argue that streetscape in a general sense could well mean how the building appears to the surrounding homes, even though from the street it may not be totally visible. It'll be highly visible to a number of surrounding homes. But consistency with streetscape, spatial relationship, minimizing changes to the natural grade, are these all aspects of the code that this board can use to make a determination with respect to the design and construction of this project?
The Building Review Board has a set of standards that they use to evaluate architectural and site design. The elements that were referred to in public comment came from that ordinance, and I think the board needs to look at the standards, look at the design, recognize the uniqueness of this lot that will require some modification to the grade in order to construct a structure on the lot. But certainly there are the standards in the ordinance that the board is to use.
So if there was a determination by the board or an opinion of the board that the structure wasn't consistent with or compatible with surrounding buildings, could that be used as a criterion for denying the petition or asking for a modification of design to the petition?
I think you can provide clear direction to the petitioner that if there are specific aspects of the design that do not meet the standards fully, and that could be modified to meet the standards, then it would be appropriate, during your deliberation to make those comments and direct the petitioner to make modifications.
Thank you, Megan. Another question for staff. Has any consideration been given? I hadn't considered the lighting issue until it was brought up just now. Is there any guideline or ordinance that governs the lighting of a tower or a cupola or something that is in the higher reaches of a new home or construction?
From a lighting design standpoint, we do have residential landscape design standards that would need to be followed. With respect to the interior, that really speaks to design elements that the board could comment on. The amount of glazing that's exposed, the size of the windows. Those are certainly elements that the board could discuss and that relate to the interior lighting as well.
I think what I'm trying to avoid is a lighthouse effect. So. Any other questions from board members before we go to discussion of either staff or the petition?
I do have a question. Megan, when you were looking at the elevations and so forth, I know that we are comparing, I know what we talked about last time and even this time, finished floor elevations and so forth, and we're comparing neighbors on Onwentsia. I know that since the property pitches to the south, and we have done fill where the structure itself will be, so there's about 3 foot of fill. So existing elevation to the start of the structure is a good 3 feet, and then you have 40 feet of structure on top of it. So my concern is for the Onwentsia Gardens area, which I would presume, and I don't know if anyone's looked at it yet, that whole area is lower anyway. So maybe those homes have finished floor elevations a few feet lower, and so now this perspective for them is indeed going to be a greater massive structure.
A couple things to your comments. First, the height of the building, the 40 feet, is actually measured from existing grade prior to construction
Okay.
up. So that takes into consideration the additional fill that's being put in. We can certainly, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we can certainly, when this comes back, make sure that key numbers are included on the elevation so that you get a sense of from finished grade to the top how high it will be. And also, we haven't examined or done a study of first floor heights in the surrounding community. We can certainly look at some of that information.
Okay.
Anyone else? Then let's turn to final discussion of the petition this evening. Share our thoughts.
Well, I can start just based on that question I just asked, that I'm not ready to move on this until we have some additional information regarding things like that. Regarding elevations of the Onwentsia Gardens area.
Okay.
In that neighborhood to the south. That's the whole neighborhood to the south.
I have my thoughts on it. I have some serious questions about the fencing around the fill area. It's necessary for safety reasons. I'd love to see it toned down. The tower aspect bothers me a little bit. And the rear of the house, with the amount of decks and balconies and all of that, again, all these railings, it just is, to me, excessive. I would like to see some study looked at that, and if there was some way to tone that down, I would love to see that. But I'm not ready to approve this at this stage.
Randy?
Yes, I have a couple of issues. I agree with Lloyd's comments about the streetscape. Even though this house is set quite far back, I'd like to know what the visibility in the winter, when there aren't a lot of leaves on the trees, is going to be from Onwentsia Road. And I just think in general, the style of this house is inconsistent with the rest of the neighborhood. I don't know, again, if it's the computer rendering that I'm having problems with the contrasting materials that I'm seeing on that computer rendering. I think the fence that borders the driveway and that is on mostly on the back of the house is very stark and very white. I'd like to have you either bring us actual materials so we can see the actual colors, or possibly think of using a different material, a little more brick, which would blend in more than the white does. And I would very much like to see a topography study for where the height of the house in comparison, not so much to the Onwentsia Road neighbors, but the Onwentsia Garden neighbors, because I agree that it might be an issue from their perspective. I completely respect your wish and need for a prayer room, but if you want to keep this kind of architecture, could it be somewhere else in the house to be able to eliminate the tower? Because I think the tower is verging on a lighthouse look. And it isn't so much the height of the whole house, it's the contrasting materials that I have an issue with. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. Monica?
Well, I think the petitioners have come a long way from the other, the earlier submittal, with bringing down the building area and trying to conform as much as possible to the bulk requirements in zoning. I do have concerns with the Italianate style that is chosen. I think that the house detailing is consistent with that style. I'm just not so sure that this is the proper style for the lot. But having said that, if that is, the petitioner's choice, I think that there are elements of the design that could be simplified. Perhaps the massing could be brought down. The tower could, either be reduced or maybe possibly eliminated. I agree with Stuart about all the railings and the landscaping, and I don't see why the landscape railings couldn't be a different material than the home itself. I mean, it could be something more natural. And I think, just what I guess I'm not just so sure about is like if this is a buildable site and FEMA's approved everything, I think, our job is to look at the architecture, but I don't know if I could say, okay, well, you can't build it because it looks like it is a buildable lot. And I think would just like to help the petitioners try to, create a home that works for them and for the neighborhood. But as it is right now, I just think it could use some more work before I would feel comfortable agreeing to it.
I agree. I think the petitioner's done a great job really responding to some of the issues that we brought up last time, and appreciate all the efforts and the time the whole team spent. This is a massive undertaking. And I agree. We don't have the expertise here to talk about FEMA and drainage and this and that, so that's out of our purview, and I think we should focus on the design. With that being said, I think I'd just echo a lot of the questions, issues my other board members have. I think there are too many railings. It's a little too busy, for lack of a better word, especially on the rear of the house. I'm not a fan of the tower, and maybe Maddie right. Maybe you're right about the contrasting color that really focuses it to that tower. Responding to some of the neighbors' issues, everybody wants to be next to a natural area and would love to see green space as far as the eye can see. But the fact is, this is a buildable lot. So I think if we can get something the board is comfortable with, we can approve something, but at this point, I'm personally not comfortable with this design because of some of the issues the other board members brought up as well.
You want to go or shall I? You can bring it up. I think that's probably a good idea.
For discussion here, maybe this is something we should talk about having a subcommittee for, to help the petitioner.
I like that idea. In fact, I endorse that idea. I share many of the thoughts and concerns my fellow board members do. But I also am very appreciative of the time and effort the petitioner has put into this project. It is an unusual lot. That's how Kathy began the staff presentation. It's a very unusual lot. There's not going to be a snap answer to how to come up with the right solution, but we will come up with the right solution. It is a buildable lot. You are entitled to build a home there. I would prefer a different style, but we can't dictate the style you want to select. We can work with you with respect to design, color, material, and massing, overall design, to try and improve this project. We're getting there. I think Peggy's suggestion is a good one, that we'll appoint a couple of members from the board to sit on a subcommittee that will convene with staff and the petitioner's team to work through some of these issues until we can come up with a mutually agreeable project design that hopefully we can bring back to the board in May for final consideration. I think that would be our intent, and I think it's probably a good course of action. How does the rest of the board feel?
I would agree with that.
Yes.
I agree with your statements.
So I think what we might want to consider then is a motion to continue the position until May and to form a subcommittee comprising 2 board members that would sit with staff and the petitioner to work through these issues. Would somebody like to propose a motion to that effect?
So moved.
If that's the motion, I will second it.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. This motion is passed. We do look forward to working with you. We do look forward to meeting with you again next month. And we really are looking forward to a happy solution to this project. Thank you very much.
Will the staff notify us of when meeting will be subcommittee?
Yes, they will. Thank you very much. Do you guys want to take a short break before we go on to the next one, or do you want to take it after? You want a break now or after the next one?
I can wait.
I can wait.
Let's go one more? Okay. The next item on the agenda is a new petition. It's a request for approval of demolition of the existing residence and approval of a replacement residence at 48 Woodland Road. The owner is Jim Yamamoto, Representative George Svoboda, architect. Gentlemen, welcome. For the record, we are being rejoined by board member John.
Sorry, I missed it.
I'm George Svoboda, the architect of the project. This is a
Is
sample
that
of a brick.
microphone on? I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just test that microphone once again? I'm not sure it was...
Oh, it's working now?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Is it now? Okay.
Please.
This is a sample of a brick for it. We'll get this thing going.
Chairman Culbertson, members of the board and staff, before we begin, my name is Rajul. I'm an attorney, and actually Mr. Yamamoto, who's the owner and also the general contractor's son. I basically came today not because I'm fully involved in the project, but I've known about it for a certain number of years, and my father asked me to appear so that he would have some sort of voice and to be able to project that he's very thankful and appreciative of the board and especially of staff's willingness to work with him on this project over the last 8 years. And at this time, I'm here to try to help out and any way I can. So,
Your name again?
My name is Roger Lee.
Okay, welcome, Roger.
Thank you very much. It looks like I'm going to be doing technical help, so. And now I will be handing this over to Mr. George Svoboda, who is our architect.
This is our front elevation. I don't know if you people have this one. We just changed everything on the front, showing coins on the edges and a curved soldier course with a stone, keystone, limestone, white windows, double hungs. Second floor, which would be the addition, will be double hung white Marvin Ultra windows with dividers, interior and exterior type. Also soldier course on top of them with a...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're all here as interested parties and neighbors. We don't have this document. We've got we have another version of the document. This is a completely different house than what we've been told about. And it's the right... Is this for 20?
If I may interrupt, I'd like to...
I'm
sorry. Thank you very much. I think you're raising a valid point. I'd like to ask staff for their thoughts on... This is a different elevation than is our package, and different from what I assume was distributed to others who were interested in reviewing the petition. I'm not exactly sure how the board should proceed here. Should we take this under consideration, or do we need to have a resubmission and reevaluation?
Mr. Chairman, I was wondering how many interested parties there are in the audience. Perhaps we have extra copies to be able to distribute. And
I will say that this is the first time that staff has seen these drawings. We did not notice the neighbors with these drawings. If the chairman finds it appropriate, we could hear a preliminary report on this for preliminary input from the board, if not in just initial comments, recognizing that you haven't had your normal time to review a packet of information.
I think that would be appropriate, but I think we perhaps ought to establish up front that I'm not sure the board is in a position to take final action on the petition this evening, given the fact that this is a different petition than the one that was circulated previously. And, you know, in order to ensure that the public, as well as the board and staff, has an ample opportunity to digest all this, I think we might have to, I'm happy to proceed, I think, as long as my board members concur, to explore this petition, but I think in the interest of you know, allowing full disclosure, we probably ought to establish up front that we won't be taking final action tonight.
And as I was unaware of that fact also, I understand that, you know, being that you have to give a certain number of requirements for notice and to make sure that all interested parties are aware of what's being circulated around. We understand this, but...
Thank you. That was better said than I said it.
Well,
Thank you very much.
But at the same time, we do apologize. We've made the changes due to working with the staff and trying to come up with something that would satisfy requirements and to present for you today. And it was not our intention to put an entirely different
Right.
house in front
Well,
of
in
you.
the spirit of that cooperation, why didn't you proceed with your presentation?
And I'll hand it back over to Mr. Svoboda. Thank you.
Chairman Culbertson, just
Yes.
for the record, just so everyone's clear, staff has not seen this, we weren't aware it was being changed, so we have not done a building scale calculation and wouldn't be prepared to provide you with any staff comments.
Right. John?
Could we address this now as information only and set that up on the record as just a presentation that we won't be voting on then?
Yeah, I think that's fair. If we vote, it'll simply be on a motion to continue, I suppose. We all in agreement with that? Then, please, gentlemen, proceed.
Okay. Well, originally, we had this roof was basically a 412 pitch, and same with the design in here is trying to keep that pitch in a 412. This didn't get into the design of it properly, so we went to an 812 pitch on the main roof, and then in doing that, when we looked at this again, we said, that don't look right either, so let's change that roof to an 812 as well, and giving it a better view all the way around. Then adding dentals along the bottom edge and putting some clay tops on the top of it too. So, and then the other views, get rid of this one. Let's see, which one we want. This one here. Now, this is the west elevation. This is a kitchen window here. There's cabinetry along the back wall of this. This would be basically a living dining room area. And then, of course, this is the master bedroom and the closet over here. This is the garage area, which had some glass block in there, so we decided better put some fixed windows in. Well, he didn't make them fixed. I was seeing what my draftsman did now, but he put a couple of casements in here to match these casements that are in that garden room that's behind the garage. And so we got a new roof area this way. Put the quoins in there and the same type perspective. We get into the rear elevation basically will be the same, except that it's we'll put coins there and end up with dentures and dentals along the edges and coins on the corners. There again, these are all Marlin Ultra wood windows with all the dividers inside and out. And streetscape. Here again, this is the house next door, and the front elevation here, and this is Green Bay Road here. picture-wise. This is the front of the existing house, existing garage door, which will remain, and we'll have to paint that up and that kind of things. The existing entrance is way over on this end. This is the back of the garage on the east elevation. This is where those glass block are, and this is where we would cut in those new windows in this area. This is the house next door, shown off the garage. This is the house to the north, which our house is over in this area. And this is the fence that we would continue on around the west elevation of the property, a little bit around the south end. There's a house across the street, and this is the west elevation of the house existing right now. You can see this is that kitchen window, and these two windows go into the living room. So we would brick this window up and use those areas there. This is a sky view on Google showing the house here and next door, and that one to the north. And this is the park area here. The tennis courts in here. Here we have a entrance area jam, and this is the head detail of the entranceway with the half column in this area. This would be the door area here. And this would project out a little bit to pick up the top of the column area. This is the column, and then, of course, this would be the door area here. So, and these are oval windows in here, which would be, this is a two-story entranceway in here, and these would be oval windows in the center, double hung in that area.
Members of the board, just a quick overview. I think that just to let the board know that this originally we had come before the board numerous times from, I believe, 05 to 06. Originally, this plan was to demolish it completely and to build in it instead the Georgian structure in terms of a complete ground-up build-up. But for financial reasons and other reasons throughout the years, we had to put off and hold on this project. My father intends to build on this project. He intends to live there. We've been in Lake Forest for next year for over 40 years. So hopefully this is something that we can work with the board with, work with staff with, and be able to bring this to fruition. At this time, I'd open it up to any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Staff, would you like to comment on where we're at in this process, given this evening's developments?
Sure. I think right now, this is the first time that you've seen the drawings, recognizing that you haven't had time to really synthesize any of the design elements. I think a couple of things would help the petitioner move forward with bringing you back drawings. The first is, I guess I'll just give you a little bit of background on the property. This is a corner lot on the corner of Green Bay Road and Woodland Road. As was mentioned, previous demolition requests have come before the board. When this request first was brought to staff, the intent was really to remodel the home and construct a second floor addition. But when, after further evaluation of the project, it was really a demolition. The majority of the structure was going to need to be reconfigured, rebuilt, and the request that will be before you in the future is for a demolition and the replacement structure. One element that the petitioner is hoping is to reuse the existing foundation, so the footprint is not changing. And I think it may be appropriate for the board to comment on that, to comment on whether a two-story mass is appropriate, if it should have lower eaves, if it should have a different roof form, some of the more broader picture things, and not get too hung up on the details, because we really haven't seen the details in enough depth to provide comment.
Thank you, Megan. I think in order to expedite the proceeding here this evening, that I'd like to keep board questioning and commentary short and more generalized than it might ordinarily be. I would simply start by using Megan's guideline here and point out that this project is using an existing foundation, right? And when I look at the drawings we first received, and even the drawings I see this evening, I'm taken with the impression that constraint is resulting in a very forced design as you try to affect the Georgian style here. It's strained. My understanding is Georgian is very symmetrical, and the door and the windows and the ovals, they're off center on the home on the front elevation, and I think that's just purely a function of trying to fit the home on the existing foundation. I think if you were designing this on a blank slate, you'd center all those elements and to be true to the Georgian style. So, as a general comment with respect to using the existing foundation, I think you're kind of set up with a flawed design from the get-go. I might urge you to, I might suggest that you reconsider using the existing foundation, and then I would take to heart Megan's commentary on massing scale with respect to the surrounding homes and the prominence of the location of the home on the lot at corner of Green Bay and Woodland. I really don't want to get into too much detail here because we haven't had the benefit of staff's examination of these drawings and their commentary on it. And I think we'd probably just be spinning our wheels if we started, discussing the specifics of these drawings when we haven't even had a chance to consider them. So, with those, if the board would like to, if other members would like to offer some kind of general statement with respect to the project, I think that would be suitable. But I prefer we didn't get into specific design elements at this time until we get a formal resubmission of the project.
I just have one thing I think is very integral here is that while it's on Woodland, it does have the exposure Green Bay Road, and I think you want to be real careful with that. I guess it'd be the west elevation. Right now, what you presented, I think had 4 windows, and one was kind of off-center. I don't know what that is, but I would be very interested, we'll be very interested what that facade looks like. And if there's anything you can do with that garage, I think, you know, that whole area of Woodland, a lot of the garages are behind the houses, so, you know, you get a 2-car garage coming right at you at that corner. And we could maybe move that back or re-engineer that away from the front of the house. I think that might be appropriate as well. If, now, there was a constraint with the existing foundation, existing garage, but if everything's on the table, that'd be one thing that I think might help you going forward.
I do feel that, just in general, the neighborhood supports a 2-story home. Its neighbors to the east are 2 stories. In fact, we just did a remodeling on one 2 doors down. But, anyway, but that aspect, I agree with Lloyd on the lack of symmetrical, on the Georgian not being in the center and things like that. So it may be because of the foundation. That would be all I'd have to say.
Anyone
Yeah, I
else?
would like to talk too about the logic of keeping that foundation. You know, by the time you're done redoing all the heating and plumbing and electrical and panels, and it appears you're taking down just about everything from openings to materials. I just think it's probably a worse than financial decision to make, keeping that existing foundation. And then it opens up all your opportunities to get the windows right, as Lloyd pointed out. You know, get a pure Georgian house if that's what you're going to present to us, instead of something that's off kilter because of trying to save something that probably isn't really truly worth saving. So those are my only comments.
Thank you, John. Thank you. I would like to give the folks who showed up, who perhaps want to comment on the project, an opportunity to speak if they wish to at this time. Be reminded that this petition will be coming back and you'll have a future opportunity to address it. But since you came here tonight, I certainly don't want to deny you the opportunity to address the board.
Good evening, folks. My name is John Cordell, and I own the home at 60 Woodland, so immediately to the east of the property. And the first thing I'd like to say is I'm very well of rules of order and civil and all that, so I apologize for the interruption, but felt it was really required. I'm a 28-year resident of West Park neighborhood. I did my project in '95 and came before this board with Larry Temple at the time, whose face is out on the plaque outside, and am very well aware of the process that has been put in place and we've had for some time about, you know, how to really get it right. So I really, you know, appreciate that and just felt that this was awkward. But I do appreciate, I think, what you've done to give the petitioner you know, some thoughts as well as us a chance to speak. But also, having said that, I hope that doesn't take out the typical situation where sometimes you do see projects over a couple of meetings. So you would truly have a fresh start, because I certainly, you know, I haven't seen these plans and it doesn't sound like you guys have either. So maybe it will ultimately get a better project, because what I wanted to talk about is that, you know, this is the third project that the owners of the property have brought to the table. There was one in 2003 that Diana Melikar designed, and, you know, I would encourage you to go into the files and take a look at all the deliberations that went on then. And I really think we came out with a great house, and I was very excited to you know, hopefully see it go up next to me. Then there was another project in 2006, and again, very excited about what resulted there, too. I believe there were very good deliberations, and I want to tell you folks, and I want to tell the owner, that we are 100% in support of putting a structure that you all can agree on with the owner on this property. So I'm not here to fight it or to say no. We completely agree that putting in a replacement structure is really going to be an upgrade for the neighborhood and an upgrade for me immediately to the west, and as somebody just said, the project immediately to the east that Polton is doing, along with the other Polton infill, it's really going to make the West Park neighborhood a better place. So again, I want to apologize for my kind of stop in the show, and I thought you treated it very well, because it was a little bit, awkward. Probably doesn't happen all the time. That's really all I've got. I've got a lot of notes on the other project, and I just don't think that it makes any sense to comment on them. I guess I'll be back the next time it's in front of you, and hopefully we can talk about it then. But just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to speak.
We'll look forward to your next visit. Anybody else from the public wish to comment? Would the petitioner like to respond to the comments made by the gentleman?
In regards to the garage, we thought about trying to put the garage door on the east side of it. Let me see if I got a site plan here. Let me get rid of this. This is the garage right here. As you can see that, it's got a turnaround right in here. To start putting the garage door over here, this is a little tight for a car, for one thing. Plus, now we have to add a lot of hard surface to get into that garage. There's only 20 feet right here, and we have also we've got a 10-foot easement in here, and want landscaping in there. It's going to get pretty tight to get into that garage. And
With all due respect, sir, I think maybe we should take that under consideration, discussions of those points under consideration when we fully review the petition as it's resubmitted.
Mm-hmm.
And please do take into account that the case you're making right now is, I believe, using the existing foundation, and I think you've heard several comments from the board here that you might want to reconsider that approach altogether. So, but let's take up the specific design elements after you've had a chance to resubmit this project to staff, and they've had a chance to review it with you and issue their comments, so that all of us can have an ample opportunity to consider.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, I'm going to kind of expedite the proceedings here with respect to this project. Final board comments, I offer one. Like your neighbor, I saw the project that was presented in '06. In fact, I sat on the subcommittee that came up with it, that design. And I thought it was very appealing, and it would have been a very satisfactory project as well. I would actually urge you to go back and take a look at it. I'm not familiar with the one from '03, but apparently that might have been a good proposal as well. I can't stop myself from commenting on the fact that this is now the third proposal, and I respect the homeowner's right to present petitions, have them approved, and then subsequently decide not to proceed with them. But this is the third one in 8 years, and, you know, I would ask the petitioner to respect the resources of city staff and of a volunteer board that earnestly attempts to work with you to provide successful projects. And let's hope this time we're really going to do something.
Just a quick comment, Chairman Culbertson. We were proceeding forward. We were trying to. Unfortunately, due to the economy and other factors that were coming up, you know, these are things that we could not plan for. And respectfully so, we wanted to go ahead and do this. This has been the dream of my father's for the last, you know, almost a decade now. And so it's very hard for him to see, you know, the plans being drawn up, us coming before the board, this going to subcommittee meetings, this working with staff, and then coming back and then taking additional considerations. And what we had originally planned was we're going to use the existing footprint, use you know, everything in terms of trying to stay with the nature and characteristic of the neighborhood. It is a very important piece, as it's a transition piece from Green Bay Road and going eastbound, going on Woodland. I used to skate across at the park over there when they flooded, so I'm very, very aware of, you know, the characteristic of that neighborhood. It's a very special piece of property in a very unique location. So it is not without a lot of consideration that we are looking at terms of doing a full demolition. This was not our intention to do a full demolition. It was such that the nature was that there was so much going on in terms of trying to renovate that it was deemed necessary to come before the board and request you know, approval for that type of activity. So we did consider that. We would respect, you know, the board's, you know, comments in terms of what you have suggested to us in terms of starting fresh, and we're here to tell you also that we've looked down the avenue and we're looking in terms of trying to. We really, really would hope that the board would be amendable to staying with us in terms of a plan to stick with the original foundation and stick with the original footprint. I understand that there are misgivings in terms of, you know, that idea, but hopefully we can work together in the future and to, you know, do something that will be acceptable to all parties.
Well, I'm sure the board will work with you on this project, but on the point of using the foundation for the existing foundation for this specific style of architecture, I think you'd be well advised to listen to what the board said this evening. So, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to a resubmission of your project.
Thank you very much.
I would, I think we are ready to vote on a continuance, I believe, of this project. So I'd like to hear a motion to that effect.
Chairman Culbertson, I'm not sure, since we looked at this for information only, if we should take any vote at all at this point, right?
Right, yeah.
You do not need to make a motion.
Right.
That makes it easy.
That makes it easy. I think that's well advised. So we will look forward to reconsidering this petition at a later date. At this juncture, I'd like to just adjourn the board for about 5 minutes so we can catch a breather here, and then we'll reconvene no later than 9 p.m. to consider the next petition. Okay. We are, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
2011 meeting of the Lake Forest Building Review Board. The next item on the agenda is a request for approval of demolition of the existing residence and approval of a replacement structure at 105 Washington Circles. The owners are Jim and Linda Jensen, represented by Robert Gebelhoff, designer. Would you like to present? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to go low tech on you. I'm going to do photos that you can see on the easel and just talk, if that's okay. My name is Jim Jensen, my wife Linda Jensen. As you mentioned, we are not long-term Lake Forest folks. We actually relocated from Southern California about a year ago. We're leasing a house in Lake Forest, and we found the area of East Lake Forest to our liking. It's simple, it's kind of back to the past, and fairly modest neighborhood. We found 105 Washington Circle as an opportunity to buy, and we knew it was a fairly difficult lot that I guess we'll get into in a bit, but we decided to take a chance, and we bought that house in hopes of building what we would consider our dream house. Our goal in designing and building our new home is to stay within the essential qualities in this neighborhood that are worth preserving. They're the qualities of simplicity, economy, and visual refinement. And I know that language sounds familiar. It's in the staff report, and we agree with it wholeheartedly. We'd like to also ultimately receive your approval to move forward. We're not in the waiting phase. We're actually, we want to get started yesterday, so we're hoping to move forward. If I could talk just quickly through a few main bullet points, is the style and fit. There's been a lot of talk tonight about the different styles and fit of the neighborhood. What we're going after is an arts and crafts style. So not specifically craftsman, not specifically any one thing, but other than arts and crafts overall. A very natural look, natural material used. In fact, the floors are 90 years old in the current house, and we're taking great pains to actually pull those floors out, reclaim them, and rebuild them into the stair treads for the new house. We're pulling out the door casings and reusing those into the new house as well. It's going for a simple design, fitting well within the most new construction within the neighborhood. And I think that both the north and south neighbors, adjacent neighbors, are here tonight. Met with both of them, and I think for the most part we've got good support there. We see just overall benefits for the project, improved property values hopefully for the neighborhood, and not sure if it matters to the board, but you know, it matters to me. We're a family, and we've got 2 kids, one in Cherokee in the last year and one at DPM, and you know, we're going to bring our family to a neighborhood that really has a kind of a long vacant house. I think the house has been sitting vacant for about 10 months. Obviously to bring local jobs and revenue to Lake Forest as well. We looked at all the requirements and before we purchased the house and felt that we could build a house that fit within those requirements. I think what you have is a plan in front of you that meets the bulk square footage requirements of just under 2,400 square feet. It's a funny lot. It's very skinny. We've looked at all the lots, bird's eye view, and it's the thinnest lot. It's 50 feet on the most westerly edge, and that's the front of the lot. And in the rear of the lot, it goes down to 30 feet. And with the required setbacks of 40 feet on the front, 10 on both sides, and 5 in the back, it makes for a fairly difficult structure to build. The current house, by the way, obviously sits in the setbacks. Height restrictions were accommodated. I think we're just under 30 feet. We were asked to do a grading plan, a professional landscaping plan as well, and we've submitted that. And also we were asked to provide a proof of inability to remodel. As soon as you walk into the basement, you see that the basement walls are literally about ready to cave in on the north side, so it's a tough structure. We had the opportunity in a kind of a preemptive meeting to work with staff and really did appreciate that. There were several suggestions that we worked through, and we felt that at the end of it, we actually had a better house, much better house than what we started with. And just to review a few of those items, there was talk about the massing and water table and to improve the overall appearance, and we effected that. The windows to have a more traditional and regular rhythm. The roof lines to have a traditional design and more consistent proportions pertaining to the pitches and the dormers as well. And then the chimney, there was an ask to lower the chimney to the bottom of the foundation level and consider an alternative material, and also to use pervious pavers as hardscape for the back driveway. We actually addressed all those, and those are the 5 main things that we had actually addressed in the plan that you see today, and we're quite happy with it. We received the staff report just yesterday, and we were able to get through that and provide some thoughts on that. The one thought that bothered me is that it said the replacement structure will not be compatible essentially with and will adversely impact the neighborhood character. It also stated the qualities that are worth preserving in the existing housing stock and emulating in new construction are the qualities of simplicity, economy, and visual refinement. And I guess what I've thought is that's exactly what we did do. I've got some pictures in front of you that I wanted to review. Some of the points in which I'm not sure where to go with are there was a need in the staff report for uncomplicated roof lines. There was a thought that maybe the dormer should be removed, that maybe it should have a full width front porch, that perhaps we should use masonry on the water table and chimney. Perhaps we should lower the roof line of the garage and additional evergreen screening around the garage. And what I have is 4 boards that I would like to show you. There's 2 of new construction around the neighborhood in the last, say, 8 years. And there's 2 boards that are much older construction that have been existing houses. And just before maybe I pass them around, the thought was we've taken the staff suggestions very seriously because we want to, I think the house right across the street from us is probably going to come before the board at some point. We want to make sure it goes through the process as well. But there doesn't appear to be any predominant architectural style. It's a very kind of charismatic, eclectic area. Both older and newer homes in the neighborhood express a wide variety of design features and architectural styles, and most aren't really bound to any particular one architectural style. The newer homes don't seem to follow any particular design mandate, just a style and feel more. And most don't have the full front porches and water table features, and many do have dormers of different sizes, and really every kind of unique manner of window and roof pitch as well. Is it appropriate that I pass the boards out? How should I handle that?
All right, can we all see?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, can I flip the boards?
You may.
Okay.
Why don't you grab the mic right there? And
The picture right here that says 105 Washington, that's more of an inspiration. So that's a house that exists right now in Lincoln Park, which is I'm not an expert, but it feels like a similar type of area. And it's an arts and crafts, kind of a simple house. All of the other pictures are actually fairly new construction within the neighborhood. So you've got a house here with dormers. You've got anywhere from masonry to stucco to fairly complicated roof lines in here. Fairly different and complicated roof lines here. This is another grouping of houses, and it might be hard to see all the way, but you've got a variety of full front porches, half front porches, no porches, very complex roof lines, gables, hips, dormers, any number of brick, siding, that type of thing. And we wanted to stay in respect to the older homes as well. And again, we've got any number of different options. So we've got hip roofs, gables, and any number of manner in here that kind of fit, I think, within the style that we're looking for. And again, some of the existing homes, we really tried to take the report into respect, and we thought we did that the first time around, so we're hoping to either really get direction to say what more specifically we should do. We really strongly felt that we had a simple design, that really wasn't ornate. This is a pretty dense type neighborhood, and we felt that it met the kind of eclectic design. We obviously, I think, met all the specific requirements that we needed to. So at this point, I'll conclude and then hand it back over, if that's okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jensen. May we have comments from staff?
Thank you, Chairman Culbertson. I think the petitioner has done a very good job of explaining and showing the character of the neighborhood. It is a neighborhood that is older. It's not necessarily in the historic district, but it does have older homes. The homes have very simple elements to them. They are not highly embellished. They are very pedestrian in scale. They have lower eaves, more traditional architecture that's I'm at a loss for words, it's so late. The traditional architectural elements are expressed in very vernacular ways. This particular lot is a pie-shaped lot. It's narrow. A lot of the lots in this neighborhood are narrow. The existing home, I'll just touch a little bit on the demolition request, because ultimately the discussion tonight is on the demolition of the existing home as well as the design of the replacement structure. I think in this case, support of the demolition could be warranted. The petitioner, in the very, very preliminary discussions with staff, did look at alternatives that were additions to the rear, reusing the existing structure in some way. All of those led to complications, whether it be zoning variances, whether it be the need to really rebuild the existing structure due to the structural deficiencies, or just from a purely design standpoint, awkward massing that would be the result of having a two-story addition to the rear of the front of the bungalow. So I think in this case, the demolition is supported by staff. With respect to the replacement structure, there are some elements that I think still need further refinement. In this case, because the homes are so close together, because the lots are so tight, it's really important to get the details right and to look at the way that it reads from a streetscape, you know, where something as simple as where the front door is in relationship in terms of height to the front doors of other homes in the neighborhood can make a real difference in the streetscape and make infill architecture really stand out. And I think the goal of the board is to comment and provide input on projects in order for new construction to be seamless in the neighborhood. The shape and narrowness of the lot certainly provides challenges for designing a home that fits the needs of the homeowner and still is massed to fit the scale of the neighborhood. So at this point, staff is recommending that the board provide input on the various architectural elements. There are some items called out in the staff report, the use of the dormers on the side elevation, on the front elevation, the height of the house. We have received some correspondence from neighboring property owners expressing some concern for the height, not necessarily for improvement on this property, but just looking at the height of the home in relationship to other homes in the area, I think would be appropriate to comment on tonight. The detailing of the eaves, treatment of the windows, it may be beneficial for the board to identify key drawings that they would want to see in order to further understand the project, to help bring something back before the board that can be supported and approved. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Megan. Now it's time for questions and requests for clarification from board members to petitioner and staff. Who would like to start?
I actually have quite a few questions, so I guess most of them I can address to staff, first of all. It seems that the home meets the bulk and zoning requirements and the height requirements. Is the building at the maximum for all of those items?
It is pretty close to the maximum. I think it may have been 5 square feet or under, 10 to 5 square feet under
But
for
it's
the bulk.
it's built out to the max, right?
It is.
Is there a requirement for impervious surfaces or footprint?
We don't necessarily have an impervious surface ordinance. We do look at drainage and grading plans for all new construction like this to make sure that the appropriate requirements are met. From a lot coverage standpoint, the city does have a 30% lot coverage rule, where no more than 30% of the lot can be covered by building. And at this point, this project complies with that requirement.
So 30% of the lot is covered with the building, and that doesn't count the driveways or does that include the deck?
Just the building and covered areas.
Let's see. I noticed that the building is placed in a similar location to the existing building, but it looks like the steps go over the front yard setback. And I guess, is the front yard there 30 feet or 40 feet?
The setback here is 40 feet, and the code does allow for open steps to encroach into the front yard.
But the eaves cannot encroach into the
side yard. 18 inches of the eave can hang into the front yard.
But not into the side yards.
Correct.
Anybody here?
I mean, I guess I even have more questions about the drainage and all. The drainage plan shows that there's going to be downspouts that will be tied into the city storm system. I'm not sure that the city storm system is adequate to hold that, so is that something that staff will be looking into?
We did talk to the petitioner about the need for a grading plan. At this point in the process, the petitioner has supplied an architectural drawing for a drainage plan. Our engineering staff has reviewed it, and the general concept is to tie the downspouts into yard drains and connect to the city's system. And it does appear that we do have a large enough pipe in this particular area, or part of Washington Circle, that can support it, but we would definitely need to review full grading and drainage plan in order to really confidently say that this will work.
Go ahead, John.
I've actually got a couple, just a quick question about these dormer windows. It doesn't appear, except for maybe the master bedroom, that the dormer windows are being expressed on the inside of the house. Are those just simply there for decoration?
They actually are being expressed from the inside. So the idea is when you look up, you can actually see the internal structure, and the idea was they're a replacement to a skylight because we wanted to let a lot of light, natural light in.
So you have one of them in the master bedroom closet and one of them above the master bedroom sink. Is there volume ceilings in those second floors so that they are being expressed, or is it a flat ceiling that's being glazed to look like a skylight?
The master bedroom has a vaulted ceiling, the cathedral
Okay.
ceiling. The master bath has a flat ceiling, so does the master closet. But those will be cut into to expose the dormers. And they're small windows, the small square windows that will allow the light to filter down into the rooms.
And the one above the front door?
That's also it's kind of splitting into the bathroom that's right above that, so that will allow light into that that, yeah.
Flat ceiling with a skylight expression on the inside?
Exactly, right.
And what, it looks like the chimney's being cantilevered, is that correct?
Yes, because it's a frame chimney.
Frame over, surrounding a prefab flue, a
Yes.
prefab fireplace. Did you consider doing that in brick or stone? You have a little stone on the front porch. Would you consider doing that in a masonry material?
But we have considered it, and we kind of decided on the cedar shake shingles as a unique look for the chimney. We like that better, in keeping with the rest of the wood siding throughout the house.
But not a financial consideration on that?
Obviously, stone or masonry would be more expensive, sure.
Colors also, you know, you're expressing the shingle siding, and then you have a clapboard siding. You've got some trim boards that, some band boards and stuff that look fairly heavy for that arts and crafts style. Can you express or explain the colors that you have in mind for that?
Right. We have a siding selection. What would you call this? It's country brick. Country brick.
Terracotta?
It's a reddish tone with the
And that's the siding, the wood siding?
Yeah, with the white.
White.
Band will be white.
White bands,
Trim will be white.
brown siding, and what's shingles color? Black, and that's the wall shingle.
Oh,
No.
Okay.
Not the wall shingle.
Same color, just a material change.
And then the stone.
Dome. Okay.
Pass that around.
Okay, I have no other questions.
Just on that point, if I may, John, did I understand correctly that it'll be the same color throughout, just a texture change?
Yes, right.
And that's the color?
That's right.
Well, that's the color that we're looking at right now. I mean, we have not actually picked a color, but this is in the scheme of what we're looking at.
Could you pass that around? Is that what you're
Yeah,
gonna say, Lloyd?
I'd like to see that. And if you could just put up, while you pass the boards there, put that first board back up.
This is a piece of party board, so it's not going to actually.
Your picture board, yeah, right.
You want the one,
Yeah,
the inspiration?
Yeah, the inspiration, exactly.
And that inspiration is different because it's not sided the same as what we have in the plan, what we'd like to do. That's going to walk.
Feel free to continue after I just pursue this point. So this would be the exterior color of the house?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does this strike you as kind of dark?
It may appear in that, but it's a very traditional style for I think barn styles and those type of country homes.
It's quite a departure from the inspiration with respect to the color scheme.
We didn't look at the color scheme, we were just looking at the style of.
Right. Okay, carry on, John, if you're...
No, I don't have any
I
other
have a
questions.
question. On the foundation or the basement, where the basement windows are, I'm looking at the north elevation, and you've got that covered with cedar shingles. Is this foundation just at ground level, and then that's all?
That's correct. Those are knee walls.
Those are knee walls that are built, so it's not, and the older ones, they build them out of either clay block or whatever, and typically that foundation was above ground.
Right.
That is not the case here. This is to simulate that.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Why did you raise the home so far up out of the ground?
Well, it's 42 inches from floor to grade, and they wanted to get some windows above grade to get some light into the basement.
Do you believe that the roof pitches that you have on the side elevations are consistent with the arts and crafts style?
Well, I like steeper pitch roofs, but we are limited to the 30-foot maximum roof height, so we have to adjust accordingly.
Yeah.
Would they be shallower pitches?
No, they'd be...
Steeper?
The one on the side are 7.5, 12 pitches.
They would overhang further? Because you're building the home like basically to setback, you're basically cutting off your eaves in order to conform to zoning, is that correct?
Yeah,
So you're
we have to stay-
basically compromising the architectural style to make the house as wide as possible.
Well, we have a maximum 23-foot limit at the front, and then it narrows down as it goes back. It tapers with the angle of the property.
I have a question about the color palette. I don't object to this particular color, but I don't think it blends very well with the neighborhood. I mean, I think I see kind of a lighter palette throughout your neighbors, and I would be a little concerned that it would stick out like a sore thumb, particularly with the white contrasting.
Let me just show you there's a wide range of colors throughout the whole neighborhood. This is the streetscape. This is a stucco, light cream color, and to the south is a kind of darker gray
and
color.
black.
And throughout the whole neighborhood, there's endless colors of different blues and
Right. No, it's just the depth of the color. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. There's some pretty big trees on either side of the house, and if you extend the current walls of the existing structure straight up, they're gonna hit those trees.
The pines along the north side is the neighbor's trees, and there will be some attention to pruning and having to try to keep those from encroaching into the house, but it can be done. We talked it over with the neighbor already. It will be, will be taken care of. Yeah.
How does the city arborist feel about it?
The city arborist needs to look more closely at this particular proposal with respect to the trees on the neighboring
Both sides?
property. Yeah.
There's trees encroaching on the south as well.
From a,
It's a deciduous, I believe, but it's...
Right.
Coniferous.
From a construction standpoint, as I understand, their intent is to minimize excavation along the driveway and really only cut a new driveway for the new portion that accesses the garage to minimize the impact on those trees. I think as this project moves forward, we are going to want to look closely at a pre and post tree preservation plan to make sure that they're having an arborist look at it from the standpoint of we're doing this construction, we need to treat the trees during and after construction to make sure they survive.
I am troubled that it looks to me as though the walls on both the north side and south side of this home would make direct contact with the existing trees. I'm not sure we typically look at that favorably. Would you have any problems with landscaping the garage a little more than as staff suggests?
We don't have any problem doing anything with landscaping. We don't have a problem with the color. I mean, anything that you think that fits within reason. The tree, obviously, that's difficult because the lot's so skinny,
right,
and the tree encroaches by, I didn't measure it, but a good 25 feet. It's going to be difficult. But as far as landscaping goes and color, we're completely open to suggestions.
Okay. I've waited 6 years to use this word comfortably. The fenestration on the project. Not trying to be glib, I apologize. Again, if I take the front elevation, and I look at your dream structure, or the model, I note that the center, maybe if you put that one back up again, because I actually think that's a nice example, and and there are a lot of similarities, but you'll note that the windows, I think this is true, as best I can see from here, but you have 3 across on the second floor on your elevation, right? You know what I'm talking about? There's a lot of window on the front.
These are 3 across.
Are they both in both sections? Are they 3 across?
Yes.
Okay, so what's whited out in the middle is just a shade or something? Yeah, okay, all right. All right. How do you feel about the dormers on the side of the house? Could you live without them?
I can live without anything, but I'd prefer to have them. There's only 2 reasons. The first one is we're a big proponent of natural light coming into the house, and I'm kind of desperate to get natural light into the house. The other one is I've kind of looked at it without the dormers, just at the house at night, and I just see it as the massing gets bigger, and it gets kind of more boring and less character. So I actually felt that it was a good thing.
Okay. The question of staff, I'm not sure I fully understand the concern with respect to the eave detail. Could you clarify?
Well, as proposed, there are several different details. Some are wide, some are narrow, and I think Monica touched on it, Board Member Ruggles touched on it. The arts and crafts style tends to have deeper eaves. So I think as you go around the house, that style is lost to a certain degree. I think at this point, we're really asking for details on that to understand what the actual construction will look like. Will there be exposed rafters? What is the size of the wood pieces that are used to construct the eave? I think that would help describe the project.
Can you comment on that, Mr.
Sure.
Gebel?
We were planning on a cedar soffit, not exposed rafters, and with venting, to meet code, to vent the attics. But it's going to be an 8-inch fascia with gutters, and the soffit will follow the rafter cut. So it'll be a cedar soffit, like I said, to match all the rest of the trim, the white coloring.
And just so I understand this roof pitch issue, is arts and craft typically a shallower pitch, a flatter roof?
I've typically seen more arts and crafts home are a little wider in proportion. This home is like tall and narrow. So to me, it almost looks more like a Victorian stick-style home as opposed to arts and crafts home. So, arts and crafts, they could have these steeper pitched roofs, but it is more common to have that pitch be consistent. You see on the front elevation, it's one pitch. On the side, you go to a 7.5, 12, and then, the smaller dormers. So there's some inconsistencies with the arts and crafts style. And as you look around throughout the house, you can see at the front, yes, the eaves are extending, and then towards the back, there's hardly any eave overhang at all. And I think that's because of the
Setbacks, yeah.
the setbacks.
If you would allow the eaves to extend into the side yards, I'd make all the eaves consistent.
Do we have the right to do that, staff? No.
Well, and it's depending on what style if not all styles have overhanging eaves,
Sure.
of
Well,
arts and craft, as you can see from
We explored doing the shorter eaves in the front too, and minimal rake projections, but it looked like it was much taller and narrower at that point. It needed a little dimension, so that's why we extended them.
Well, I think what I see is that, from your example of the home that you're trying to emulate, that's a wider home than,
Not much. I don't know the exact dimensions of that home, but
well, it
close.
is wider, and then, it does have, just that slight variation in proportion, I think, is something that, and then with the darker red coloring, it's going to emphasize the verticality of it.
How much height would we lose to the house if we didn't have those windows in the basement?
To take the floor down to the foundation, well, it would be about 3 feet or 2.5 feet.
What's the height right now?
It's just under 30 to the ridge, which.
It's about 30.
Streetscape drawing, but this is a scale drawing that's accurate. The homes on either side are very close, within the same height as this home will be, so it certainly is consistent with the 2 homes on either side.
Well, I'm addressing trying to address 2 issues that are presented in a letter from a neighbor. One is the sight lines that are lost due to the height of the new construction, and also the privacy that's lost by the height of the porches. The height of the porches, the back porch in particular.
Oh, the rear porch.
Yeah, right. So they would come down as well, so. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, a microphone if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
That one there, you
Oh, I can hold it.
stand in
I'll
front if
stand.
you need to.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
What else? Megan, what was your concern about the elevation of the front door? Is that how it relates to the streetscape, or?
It was really a comment that the board is looking at this from a streetscape perspective, and certain architectural elements can either read as appropriate or too tall or out of whack with the streetscape. Front door, height of the front door could be one of them. If you have all of a sudden, several steps up to a front door, that could create an awkward move in the streetscape. I think some of the staff comments are really geared towards, you're working with a very narrow lot, a very narrow house, and trying to find ways or suggest ways, not saying that they are the only way to achieve this, but to achieve a more, the appearance of a wider facade. So I think to that end, the staff report is not directing do this, do that. It's more suggesting ways to improve the streetscape appearance.
Understood. Anybody else have questions of the petitioner or staff? Now we'd like to give the public an opportunity to comment on the project. Is there anybody from the public who would like to speak to the petition?
Good evening. My name is Thomas Karen. I'm the neighbor to the north, and I've been talking to the Jensens and to their architect and builder and trying to come up with some ideas on what we can do to make this work. And he brought up the trees. That is a concern of mine, but we've been talking about that and what we can do to save those trees that are important to my house and make sure that they don't get harmed and they're not butchered in any way or lopsided when they're trimmed. The new house seems to be no further to the north than the existing eave. And the branches that overhang that eave are minimal. It's either the bulk of them are over the driveway and they stay over the driveway. So it really depends on what kind of buffer between the house and the tree that we end up with. So that's something I could work with them on that. But the trees are important, I want to save those. I am concerned that the driveway moves over a little bit more to the north, more onto those roots. Most of them are pines or firs. They're pretty hardy. But with feeding and pruning, I think we can keep them all healthy. Overall on design, the side dormers don't bother me. The daylighting for the plane, that's my south exposure, so they'll like get a lot of sunlight in the winter there. And so the 29-foot height is a concern, but as I've been watching it through the winter where the sun is, it seems to be that I won't lose that sun because of the distance between the two houses. We should be fine there. The dormers on the side don't bother me. I'm gonna be looking at them. You know, I'm not opposed to that. I wouldn't be opposed to skylights there either. I think they could both work and still function for what they're looking for. The little dormer in the front, you know, that could come or go. I'm not really worried about that. Since you brought up fenestration, I get to say it too.
Only took you 6 minutes.
I look at the windows like the eyes of the soul of the house, and I would love to see a little bit more detail. Not a lot, but a little bit more. And I agree with the comment that it's leaning more towards farmhouse kind of look more than arts and crafts in some ways. And based on that, if there was a too wide, too high division in those large pieces of glass, even in the layout that's there now, I think that would help. But on the front elevation, if it was a little simpler, if there was 2 and 2 rather than 4 and 3, I think it would balance more in that farmhouse kind of look rather than what they're trying to do right now. But otherwise, I support what they're trying to do. The existing house is a Sears kit house, and it's got a telephone tile foundation. I've had one of those. I know this house well, and it's beyond repair. It can't be saved. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Is there someone else who'd like to comment? Please come forth.
Alice Moulton-Neely, 420 East Woodland Road. I just wanted to agree with the person that just spoke about the windows. I looked at the elevations, and the windows with single panes of glass just look kind of empty and they don't really look right. And I was thinking maybe if they were 1/1 or some kind of detailing with mutton bars, it might look a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else who would like to speak from the public? Would the petitioner like to respond to the comments made by members of the public?
The window detail sounds like a great idea. No big deal, we can do that. And I think everything else was kind of in check, so is that fair?
Very good. Thank you. Are there final questions from the board members to the petitioner or to staff?
I wonder if the homeowner could clarify the window details. Were you referring to the grills on the windows, or, and maybe Mr. Jenkins also, I'm a little unclear when you're saying window details, what you're referring to.
So I was taking it as, in hearing Tom's comments about grill detail, running on a 2x2, just with cross members to give it more character. That's what I understood it to be.
Okay, that's what you understood.
There was really 2 items. One was the division of the muttons. The other was the pattern of the windows in the front. Right now it's a set of 2 pairs of 2s with the transom windows on the lower and a set of 3 on the top. And I was saying if that was simplified, but maybe 2 larger ones at the bottom and 2 on the top, that it would be more in keeping with that character of the older, rather than the 4 and the 3.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to maybe draw that out and understand that a bit better.
Okay.
Is the driveway moving?
No.
staying right where it is. Any more questions from board members? Well, then let's go to a final discussion. Please.
My understanding based on the drawings is that the driveway is still in the same position, but it moves slightly to the north to the property line. Right now, it's not on the property line, and it moves slightly to the north.
Yeah.
Right. Stay in the same position as if we look at the plans.
Yeah, it's moving north a little. And then but I think the trees, for the most part, are the landscape plan are
This is all new.
While we get a determination on this point, I'd like to continue the board discussion here. I guess I'd like to ask our architects as well as the other board members, how do you feel about several issues? One, the glass divisions on the windows, on the fenestration. Do you feel that the way it's presented now is appropriate, or do you feel as though there should be muttons, or there should be divisions, or fewer windows?
I'm ambivalent as to whether or not you want to add grills. It falls into a bit of a layer of subjectivity, I think, and there's other issues that I'd like to maybe macro before I get into the grill idea at this point. But
Monica, what's your sense of it?
My initial sense is that I don't think the windows as shown are consistent with either the arts and crafts style or more the Victorian stick style. I think there's too many different variations of the window sizes, and the spacing of them seems out of character as well. So, I mean, with the arts and craft or the simple farmhouse, I don't even know if your example showed it, most of those windows are typically double hung in a different proportion, and it would enhance the character of the home. Like, right now, these casements do seem to be a little too modern for the type of home. So that's my thought with the windows. Right now, too many different sizes. The patterning of them is questionable, and some of the elevations, the south elevation, I think, has, the most cause, for his windows sort of not being aligned with the dormer up on the top, if the dormer's going to stay. The windows breaking into the trim band, the real small transom windows flanking the fireplace. So I think the windows can be improved throughout the home on all elevations.
Please come to the
The windows on either side of the fireplace, the little transom windows, they're above a cabinet that's going to be on either side of the fireplace. So we have to have them high. And they want to allow some light in from the south side there, so we couldn't have deeper windows. As far as the other windows on the south side that are breaking through the bandboard, that they're in the stairwell, and we have to vary the height to make them work with the stairs. And it adds a lot of character to the interior of that stairway.
I understand that. I think even just looking at the front elevation, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different window sizes and types on the front elevation. So I just think the petition could be simplified, and that, the street does have very simple and vernacular architecture all along the length of it. I mean, if you look at a lot of the elevations, you'll see I mean, I know you had different examples from different homes throughout, but there are many homes on that street that are very simple, straight hip roof, you know, 1 or 2 different type window sizes and types, so.
The second floor windows are determined by the egress and natural light and ventilation requirements, so we have to maintain a certain size for that.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering, for the sake of time, if we couldn't just stick to our comment phase and then ask the petitioner to address issues as they come up.
I think I'll allow this discussion to transpire just because I think it's helpful to us in our deliberation here. But I won't let it get out of hand. Okay. Any other board members want to chime in on the window issue? You've heard Monica and John comment.
Yeah, I could talk about the windows. I agree that there's far too many things going on, that there should be a little bit of a level of consistency, and I think even the neighbor brought up the issue about the 3 windows followed by the 3 that are above the front porch that have a separation between them, that it doesn't seem to speak to the language that he started with. And then when you look at the 4 down below, there's such a very little space of siding dividing the windows in the middle that, you know, I've got to ask, you know, why just make them a bank of 4 windows and trim them out appropriately. And then that starts to fall into the side elevations, as Monica pointed out, where a lot of it looks, you know, catch as catch can. Now, you know, to the point of the designer and to his challenge, it's a very challenging piece of property to design on. He's maxed out the bulk, he's maxed out the height, he's raised it up in order to create a little bit more of a presence in the approach, and then to allow some natural light into the basement. And these are all tricks that one would have to do as a designer to take best advantage of a small lot and limited size on rooms and all that kind of thing. So, you know, that said, I understand how it's developed, and I'm not opposed to the direction that he took. You know, it's a small lot, and these people need to live in reasonably sized rooms with closets and bathrooms and all those kind of things. So, you know, having said that, I'd like to, you know, consider tweaking the windows, you know, maybe a subcommittee or working with staff or something like that, but I don't see that as something that's falling into the big picture.
Thank you, John. I don't mean to confine this discussion to window treatments, so are there other issues that board members would like to see discussed?
I do have one, but I don't want to.
Well, do you, or should I?
Go ahead.
Well, I guess, I think the basis of my concern is that I think the house and the property is really maximizing the lot, and I'm just not sure that is the right thing to do for this property. I have concerns about drainage on the property and going down the street, and then because the house is maxed out to bulk and height, it's compromising some of the architectural details of the eave. And also, you know, the east elevation, I believe, because he's maxed out on bulk, he's trying to step down, you know, the first floor is stepping down, and then it's going into that other small mudroom area. So I just find that the house is becoming busy just because it's trying to elongate itself to fit into this tight lot. So I understand why, you know, the petitioner is doing it. I'm just not sure that it's the correct solution right now for this property. And there are some details just for the style that I think could be improved upon. If it's going to be craftsman or if it's stick style, I think to have a chimney that's clad in shingles is just not true to either of the styles. It should be stone, cultured stone, or a stucco. Same with the water table. That is typically, you know, the exposed concrete or the brick or something, but not a shingled material. So I think some refinement of the details that are more consistent with the styles is in order. The east elevation, the three gables, at least the one-story gables, if they're going to overlap, it's more common for arts and crafts that at least one side of the gables overlap. And again, I think, just chopping the eaves off is inconsistent if you do it at the front of the house. If it's, overhanging at the front but not at the back, it's just a little awkward. The dormers seem to be out of proportion to me, especially the one up in the front. But I think, having a style that is like a, Victorian arts and craft vernacular is very common. I mean, there's numerous examples of that on Washington Circle, Washington Road, Ryan Place, all throughout the neighborhood. So it's an appropriate style. I just think the proportions of it, the window locations, all need to be addressed.
So you're calling it a Victorian now?
To me, it's more in the Victorian stick style because of the cladding of the material. Changing from a horizontal clapboard to the shingle. Just decorating the side. It's more. It seems more farmhouse than arts and craft. The only arts and craft detail is really shown on the street side with the columns and the overlapping eaves, and other than that there's not really a lot of arts and crafts to it on the sides.
Can I just say something?
Step forward to the microphone, please.
Okay. I just have to say, it sounds like we're getting hung up on this arts and crafts because Jim presented it as arts and crafts. We're not architects. That's just that happens to be a nice looking house that will fit well in that neighborhood, that works well on that very difficult lot. And yes, we did take advantage of the bulk mass that we could, but we're a family of 4. And like John said, it's like we have to be able to live comfortably in that house. It's 2,400 square feet. It's not huge. And I don't want you to get caught up on, you're an architect, I'm not, we're not. We said those words, but it's just the columns have a flavor of an arts and crafts, but I get what you're saying. It's not an arts and crafts house.
Well, and my point is just to make everything consistent, no
I
matter
think
what
that's what we're
style.
looking
Yeah,
for,
no
is
matter what
consistency.
style. I mean, if you want it to be arts and crafts, that's fine. You just
We don't.
It just
I mean,
needs to be
it's
consistent with
we
the
just want
style.
it to be a house that fits well within that neighborhood. And when we looked at that entire neighborhood, we saw there's many different styles of houses that I couldn't pick up a book and say, that house is that particular style, and that house is that particular style. And I don't think it really matters to us, as long as it's a livable, comfortable home. And if there's something about arts and crafts that shows up in that house that is bothersome, call it what you want. If something needs to change to make it fit whatever style it is that it should be called, because I don't know what it should be called.
Okay, well, rest
Other than-
assured that that's our intent, is to work with you to, come up with a very successful project. So
Perfect.
thank you very much for your comment. I agree with you, Monica. I think a consistency of architectural style is perhaps a little amiss here and could bear further refinement. I agree that perhaps the window should be re-examined and modified. I'm not smart enough in architecture to know about the chimney, but I think I heard you allude to another material, and I hear you allude to another material that would be more consistent with the style that we're pursuing here. I guess the dormer question comes down in my mind to the consistency of style and whether we're really building a stick or a craftsman and whether it's been appropriately incorporated as such. And then so I guess we've voiced some of the issues that concern us and that perhaps need further attention. I suppose we need to figure out how we should pursue that. I'm not certain that we need to go to subcommittee on this unless staff has a different opinion. Would you like to?
Although I'm reluctant to recommend multiple subcommittees out of one meeting, I do think in this case there isn't a clear understanding of, I believe, the requirement that whatever style is chosen, that all design elements should be consistent. So perhaps one subcommittee meeting where we can have that discussion and whatever style is chosen by the architect and the homeowners, we could discuss that and discuss the elements, and then maybe from there, staff could work quickly with the petitioners to ensure that a consistent plan is prepared and brought back to you quickly.
And how would it come back to the board, would you envision?
How would it?
Yeah, would it come back as a regular agenda item? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I take your point. I'm not sure we've nailed down exactly what modifications we would recommend in any specificity that would give staff enough guidance to work with the petitioner. So perhaps a subcommittee is a good idea. How do the rest of you feel about that?
I think that'd be a good idea.
I would be in favor of that.
Okay. Was there any issues with respect to the demolition
None.
among the board members?
None.
I have none.
No.
I think they did a remarkable, not a remarkable job, but they've got expert opinion, and just looking at it from the outside, you can tell that, and I think the architect said it's, or the petitioner, it's bowing in, and it's lucky it's still standing. So.
Well, then it sounds as though we're coming to a consensus that we continue the petition. We appoint a subcommittee that will meet with staff and the petitioner to work through some of these aspects of the project and come to a quick and successful conclusion that hopefully satisfies everyone. Does that sound like a proper course? May I have a motion to that effect?
I so move that we continue the petition after forming a subcommittee and working with the petitioner to address the issues that were brought up tonight, and then bring it back hopefully next month, or as soon as we can get organized to help the petitioner move forward.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. I think you're close. I think we're moving in a very good direction. These are refinements. This isn't a wholesale makeover of the project. I think the board really appreciates your willingness to cooperate and that you've expressed this evening. And I think the subcommittee and staff will look forward to working with you in the days ahead, and we look forward to having the petition return. So, thank you. Well, it's out of order, but you will have an opportunity to address the board again, so, you know.
It was just in relation to the ruling of the subcommittee. I just wanted to make
You want clarification?
Yes, please.
Okay. Please step forward. You can ask the question.
I'll be very quick, I'm sorry. And I'm totally in favor of the subcommittee. I think what we're very committed. We really want to get this done, so we're hoping for expediency and specificity, because right now, what we've been looking at is, we're very confused.
I think that's what you'll get, to allay your concern. My anticipation is that the subcommittee will meet with you in the intervening month, and perhaps we can have this back on the May agenda and resolve it finally then.
That'd be much appreciated, thank you.
Yeah, and just so you understand the process, there'll probably be 2 board members that we'll select amongst ourselves who will compose the subcommittee that works with you and staff.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda is an opportunity for the public to address the board on non-agenda items. Is there anybody who wishes to address the Building Review Board? Seeing no one step forward, the next item on the agenda is additional information from staff. Is there any?
Thank you, Chairman Culbertson. 2 items. First, at the last meeting, we did distribute a memo from that the city attorney had prepared for the city council on the Open Meetings Act. I think a couple of you may not have gotten it, so I do have copies if you want to stop and see me. And then second, I just wanted to recognize that Chairman Culbertson, it is your last meeting. The 6 years has gone by quickly. Speaking on behalf of the staff, we certainly have learned a lot from you, have appreciated your efficiency in running meetings and your respect and your interest in moving all petitions forward. We will miss you, hope to see you back playing, serving some other role. And at the May meeting, we'd like to invite you back to formally recognize you on the other side of the railing. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that would bring us to the point of adjournment. Would somebody like to make a motion that we adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I have a comment. Should we pick our subcommittees before we do that?
Kathy, what do you think? Should we do that?
You can take some time to think about it and let us know by email.
It's hard for us to communicate.
I think maybe we'll discuss it downstairs.
Okay, fine.
I second the motion.
Okay. All in favor to adjourn, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.
Woohoo!
to the April 6, 2011 meeting of the Lake Forest Building Review Board. Let us begin by introducing the members of the board. I'm Lloyd Culbertson, representing the 4th Ward. And would the other members of the board introduce themselves, starting to my left, please?
John Clare.
Maddie Dugan, 3rd Ward.
Stuart Trey, 2nd Ward.
Peggy Vignacchi, 2nd Ward.
Monica Ruggles, First Ward.
Charlie King, 2nd Ward.
And would the staff please introduce themselves?
Kathy Serniak. Megan O'Neill.
Thank you. The board is here tonight to work together with all of you, property owners, architects, neighbors, and interested citizens to continue the long tradition that allows community members to work together to preserve the qualities and the unique character that make Lake Forest a special community. We recognize the personal importance of each petitioner's request. Our goal is to respect the requests of the owner while balancing the interests of the community as a whole to preserve, complement, and enhance its architectural character and heritage. For those of you who may not be familiar with the Building Review Board, the types of projects that come before this board are those in which the property owners are requesting a variance to allow a home that is larger than permitted by code, are seeking a demolition permit for a replacement structure, or otherwise involve issues that could not be fully resolved with the city staff. It is important to note that over 95% of building permits are issued by the city without the need for any board review. Thus, the board typically deals with the most challenging and sometimes controversial projects. The City of Lake Forest is committed to conducting open and fair meetings. To achieve that goal, the board has adopted meeting procedures so that all parties will be provided with an opportunity to speak. These proceedings are outlined in the agendas available at the back of the room. This meeting is also broadcast on cable television. Speaking on behalf of the entire board and city staff, our objective is to provide a review process that is thorough, fair, and without unnecessary delay. The next order of business is the approval of the minutes from the March 2nd, 2011 meeting. Are there any comments or substantive changes any of the members would like to make? I have one. On page 5, the 3rd paragraph, summarizing some of my comments. In the middle of the paragraph, it says he agreed that the window wells, if connected, could be an improvement to the project. I believe I indicated that, in my opinion, keeping the window wells separate would be in the better interest of the project. So if you could make that change, I'd appreciate it. Any other amendments to the minutes? Hearing none, I ask for a motion to approve the minutes from March 2nd.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes of the March minutes with your correction on your comments.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes have been approved. The next item on the agenda is a continued petition, a request for the approval of a new single-family dwelling on a vacant lot at 27 West Onwentsia Road. The owners are Rajul and Gopal Bhalala, and their representatives are Shawn Purnell, architect.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Lloyd, before we get started, I wondered if I could...
Thank you. I do need to ask the board members if any of them have a conflict of interest or ex parte contact with the petitioner.
Yes, I do. After reviewing the whole package, I feel I need to recuse myself from this.
Okay. Thank you, John. I'm sorry for the interruption. Please proceed.
My name is Robert Churchill. I'm an attorney with Churchill, Quinn, Rickman, and Hamilton. And my clients are Dr. and Mrs. Bhalala. They have been residents of Lake Forest for 21 years. The property, which is the subject of this application, has been owned by them for 20 years. Let me briefly reintroduce the team that we have with us here tonight. I've given you a little handout with business cards. From Manhart Consulting, we have Glenn Christensen, the senior planner, who's our landscape architect, and Peter Storr, who will present our 3D model. We have Shawn Purnell, who is our architect, Bud Reed, our engineer, and from MTM, Mike Minchillo, our general contractor, and also Dr. and Mrs. Bhalala are with us this evening. To refresh your recollections, we came before you on November 3rd of last year. We stated to you then that we wanted to give you first look at our proposal so that we could obtain the benefit of your thoughts and your direction. And we had quite a lengthy evening, if I remember correctly, and we listened to what you said. In the past 5 months, we've diligently worked with the city staff. We heard your suggestions regarding the building scale ordinance. The original structure exceeded that limit. The current plan is 183 square feet below the limit. The original plan called for a French eclectic architectural style. We listened to your comments and took them to heart. We've completely revamped the architectural style to Italianate. In particular, the designs of A.J. Downing have provided inspiration for the final style. We've provided for more water storage, 45% greater water capacity on the property than in the original plan. We've reduced the size of the home, we've reduced the footprint of the home, we've simplified the look of the home, we've simplified the design elements of the home, and we hope that these significant changes are considered by you as improvements to our project. We want to move forward. So our goal tonight is to present you with a project that we hope you will approve. Let me just remind you, this is a vacant lot at 27 Onwentsia Drive. I will forego any further discussion of the lot because we did that in November, and also you have it in your board packet. At this time, Dr. and Mrs. Bhalala have asked for just a moment if they could just address the board. Dr. and Mrs. Bhalala.
Hello, I'm Rajul, and this is Gopal. We just want to thank the board and the staff for being so patient with our design, and as John said, that we have owned the lot for quite a long period of time, and due to a variety of reasons have not been able to devote full time. Most recently, our tragedy, we lost our 20-year-old daughter in '05, so things have just, we kind of start things and then put them off because of the complexity. But this time we really want to get moving, and we just request that whatever help you need from us, or just please communicate that and we can get going with the project. And our whole philosophy is leave something better than what you found and leave it more useful, more conducive than how you got it. So that's the philosophy that we've been guiding our team with. And whatever way that we can help you out, please let us know.
And now I'd like to ask Glenn Christensen, Shawn Purnell, and Peter Storr to quickly explain the changes and show you the latest 3D model of the house.
Thanks, Bob. Again, my name is Glenn Christensen, senior planner and landscape architect with Manhart Consulting. What I'd like to do is talk briefly a little bit about this change in the site plan, and then I'll turn it over to Shawn to talk about the architecture, which I think you're probably more interested in that at this point. What you have here, and I think this exhibit was in your packet, the gray outline on the lot here was the old footprint that we showed to you last November, and the black outline that's on there now is the new footprint, which is set back a little bit more and is considerably smaller than the last one. This is a little color up of the entire lot, and I just briefly like to go over some of the quick dimensions of where the house is located in relation to some other items on the lot. The house itself, which is dark brown here, will take access along the 45-foot wide portion of the lot here. The house is about 410 feet south of the pavement of Onwentsia Road there. The adjoining house in the front, this house right here, the newer house, is about 74 feet off the property line. The house, the proposed house here, from the house in this location is about 134 feet. And from the house directly to the north is about 80 feet off the corner to this corner. This house complies with all the zoning restrictions in relation to setbacks, floor area ratio, bulk. The actual bulk calculation, as Bob had mentioned, we're underneath the threshold of that according to the calculations. And we do conform to all the engineering requirements. We do have a Colomar in hand, which is a conditional map amendment from FEMA. We've had the engineering department review our calculations and preliminary engineering to this point, and we believe we're in conformance with them. And so that briefly is our site plan change. Shawn will get into the architecture. I might mention that, again, the driveway will meander through this 45-foot strip here between some of the existing trees. We got a couple bump outs that will be there to allow people to pass as you come through. And the major change in the plan, the site plan, was the fact that the garage was tilted to the side, so we have access from the east versus the front load garage we had previously. And with that, I'll turn it over to Shawn to talk about the architecture and the 3D presentation. And I'll be back to talk about the landscaping as well.
Hi, good evening. At the last meeting, we received, I think, pretty explicit direction on a couple fronts. One, in relation to the building scale, the overall size of the project, and then to the specific detailing, the massing, the hierarchy of both the architectural style and the way that style was implemented. In responding to the bulk calculation reduction, we, after going over several iterations with staff, felt that the architectural style needed to change significantly. We needed a style that the homeowners could appreciate, but also needed a much lower pitched roof and a much more simplified massing. We looked at a couple options briefly, even an international style, more of a modern home, but ultimately the homeowners felt that this was something that they were had a lot more appreciation for. So with that said, we've revised the design to an Italianate style, significantly reducing the footprint and the complexity of the project. We've tried to orient the hierarchy of the massing away from the access drive, putting the tallest elements toward the interior of the lot. I believe there was some specific comments about the garage doors really being kind of the first thing that you see when traveling down the access drive, so it was a priority to respond to that, and the engineering, I think, successfully accommodated that side load garage. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we're going to just run a brief, kind of a 3D fly around on the house so you can kind of see all four elevations. We tried to keep the detailing simple, several trim elements in terms of the bracketing and the extended eaves. There's several bay features and a few exterior porches, both open porches and a covered porch off of the rear great room. Using those elements to soften the pretty regular brick exterior.
Please feel free to continue.
Okay. So we've gone over the design several different times with staff, which I again have to say have been extremely helpful and accommodating, really accessible, and able to give us some really good tips and suggestions along the way. We differ, I think, on the inclusion of a tower element, probably in the detailing of the tower. I don't think the tower itself is atypical for this style, but provides a focal point and a little more of a face to the home as you come down the access drive. The materiality is going to be a consistent brick throughout. It's a clay tile roof. The brackets and trims will be the third element. We tried to really restrict the palette of materials, colors, and again, with the overall simplification of the project, we felt that was important. I'll let Glenn talk again briefly about the landscaping, and then we're very interested to hear your take on the project.
We've done a couple shots here with landscaping. We try to be as close as possible to the plant materials. Our selection palette isn't quite as good as the building materials on this program, but we have submitted a full landscape plan with the package, as well as a tree survey. I think there were 74 trees tagged on the site that were over 8 inches. There really aren't any quality trees that the urban forest management could see. That most of them are rather poor quality, and there really aren't very good samples of indigenous material at all. There are no oaks or hickories. But that being said, with the construction of the house and the driveway, we're thinking right now of taking out 29 of the 74 trees, just to make the site functional. On top of that, though, we're going to provide a lot more plant material. It's not only indigenous to the area, but can tolerate some of the wet conditions on the site and the proper plant materials for the site. And from the rendering here, the landscape style was to do a couple things. One is to frame the architecture. We think it's a good looking piece of architecture, but also to screen views both in and out of the property. We feel 410 feet from Onwentsia, that this will basically be totally blocked from any view from Onwentsia in itself. It's really not part of the streetscape, but it is set back on the property. We selected materials that would provide some variety of color throughout the year, and again would be indigenous to the area and handle the wet conditions. As far as the ground plane, we've called out for some ground cover, some annual plant material in front by the entrances. Basic turf in the front of the house. I might add the driveway is going to be made up of grass, crete, which will have grass growing up through it, with the exception of 2 tire rails going up to the bridge area there. The driveway area from the point of where the balusters start will be all permeable pavers, and that the paving around the front of the house and the back of the house will be pavers as well. And with that, I think that unless anybody else has anything to add, we're here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Now, may we have identification of key issues from staff?
Thank you, Chairman Culbertson. As has been mentioned, the Bhalalas have been working on this project for a very, very long time. It's a very, very unusual lot. Before even looking at the design of the house, they've spent a lot of time going through the FEMA process, working with the city engineer. And I think it's important to be very clear that this is a buildable lot. It was approved through a subdivision in the 80s. If the same subdivision were to come forward today, regulations have changed. So it's likely that the subdivision may not be approved today. However, it was approved in the 80s, so this is a buildable lot. The lot is very unique in that the building pad is extraordinarily restricted. The property is impacted by the floodway, by the floodplain, and by the fact that it's a lot in depth. All of those together serve to squeeze the building pad and force it into the southeast corner of this lot. A good part of this lot is prohibited from being constructed. So in this case, we have a building scale ordinance that allows much of the square footage of the lot to be counted, with the exception of the access area that goes from the front of the house out to Onwentsia Road, but really forces that square footage into a very small part of the lot. To further complicate that, because of the need to create compensatory storage on this lot, because of the floodplain, the buildable area needs to be built up. And as you've been very clearly shown, the house really sits essentially on an island, so presents very, very unique challenges. Since your last meeting, the Bhalala's representatives have been very willing to come in, discuss concepts, met with them multiple times. Ms. O'Neill in particular has spent much time. So I thank and commend Mr. Christensen and Mr. Purnell and Mr. Minchillo. They've been very attentive and really trying to solve these issues. As was noted, the city engineer has reviewed the calculations for this property a number of times. He has confirmed that the calculations demonstrate that what is being provided provides sufficient compensatory storage. The numbers work. The technical aspect of this proposed development works. And those pieces aren't under your purview, but it was important in this case to set that stage. But again, all of those technical issues make, I think, your job and the designer's job difficult to really find a house that really fits this site and is compatible with the neighborhood and takes into account the challenges. When this came before you 5 months ago, you really focused on three things. You asked staff and the petitioner to go back, look carefully at the lot, consider its unique aspects, and consider designs, consider materials that might serve to really work well and enhance this lot and really create a project that meets the challenges that the lot presents. Second, you directed that, as with all new houses that come before you, that it be within building scale. Because of the need to expose part of the basement, that presented a unique challenge in this project because water does need to be able to infiltrate underneath the house in the crawl space during heavy storm events. So that has exposed part of the basement, adding some square footage, but with design and redesign, that square footage has been minimized. Third, you asked that we work together to assure that all aspects of the design conform to a single style. I think a great deal of progress has been made on this petition, and we appreciate the Bhalala's patience because this has been a difficult process. Although we're not comfortable at this point recommending approval, we did feel it was important and timely and necessary to continue to move this forward, and that's why we're back before you tonight. I know we've heard from some of the neighboring property owners, want you to hear from them, and we're hoping that you can give us some pretty clear direction on how we move to a final solution on this so that we can get this project underway. Really two areas of focus. You don't have many options as far as the siting of the structure, but your focus really should be on the architectural design of the building and on the hardscape landscape treatment. In this case, there is a lot of need to create walls, to create some landscaped areas that can accommodate water. So really looking for your comments in those two areas. And with that, I will be happy to answer questions. Ms. O'Neill also is happy to answer more of the detailed questions, but again, we appreciate the extraordinary amount of work that has gone into this on the part of the petitioner's representatives, and really looking forward to your comments, so we can try and find a good solution and a final solution for this project.
Thank you, Kathy. Now is time for questions and requests for clarification from the board to the petitioner and to staff. Who would like to begin?
I have a question for the petitioner on the home is built on this island, as Kathy had mentioned, with the retaining walls around it. But there are no retaining walls on the south or the rear of the house. Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
Okay, so and any water that sits under the house would come in through the vents in the rear and exit through those same vents. So I'm trying to get a handle on how the house is built. It's on this island. Then are there foundation walls that are that are covered with dirt? You know, that you're going to haul fill in between the retaining wall and the home. Am I correct on that?
Actually, what we're going to try to do is balance the cut and fill on the site. We're going to take away in some areas, you know, on either side of the house and in the front. I think there was a color exhibit that showed the cut and fill as part of the package. Do we have that too? But while we got this picture up, these are the vents in the back, and then there's a vent on the door. Those will allow the input and the release of the water.
Okay.
But the fill on the site, we're going to try to balance it as best we can so we don't have to bring anything in or take anything out as far as that's concerned.
Okay, so looking at your, you pointed out this colored fill thing. Is the blue, is that fill?
The blue is fill, and the purple is the cut.
Okay.
And the yellow being about even.
Okay, so the only water that is going to be held will just be held under the house. There's none to the east of it or to the west of it.
No, that's not true. The depressional areas, this area, and this area will also hold water, as will the majority of the backyard back here.
I see.
So.
Okay, and how I think there's some mention of those retaining walls. How high will they be? Do you know at this point?
Well, we're held to a maximum
7 feet. I believe.
7 feet with the retaining wall and the railing, so that we won't exceed 7 feet at any point.
Oh, including that railing.
Including the railing.
I
That's
see.
correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
I have a question for the petitioner. You have a drawing here showing the building area comparison. What is that building area calculation? That's not bulk, is it? What is that?
That was just it's a comparison of the previous and the current footprints of the home.
Not this number right here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was the comparison of the actual footprints between the two. Not the bulk or the...
Including
Got it.
garages.
Right.
It's just a rough number just
Okay.
to show the difference that we can bring.
Okay.
I have a question for staff regarding, the bulk calculations. Now that the home is raised up almost 5 feet or so, is that correct? The island that's being built up is about 5 feet from the original grade. And then the new calculations are taken from that new elevated line, is that correct?
With respect to the upper stories, the second and third floor
Yeah.
stories, those are taken from the top of the first floor. So the lower level is calculated based on the exposed foundation wall on the south side.
Correct. And like when I'm looking at the building scale calculation sheet, I don't see anything down at that lower level. Because I think that's what we have. Oh, yeah, there is like the 600. So we do still count something
Yes,
down
there is still a portion. It is significantly less than what was shown to you previously.
Okay, so they were still counting that. Okay.
building bulk calculation is from...
Could you step to the microphone, please? Thank you.
The bulk is calculated from the top of the first floor. The heights are all calculated from the existing grade. So just to bring that up, excluding the tower, well, everything complies with the height, obviously, but excluding the tower, we're significantly, I think, 4 to 6 feet under the height requirement, and as seen from the front, given that we're raising the house out 5 feet, that would essentially be an additional 5 feet less than the height in terms of just the perception of the home from the front.
And the finished floor line, first floor lines of your proposed home and the neighbors are very similar, is that correct?
Yeah,
That's what I saw in the survey, they're almost at the same level, right?
I think within about 6 inches out of all 4 houses.
So you're really not higher than the adjoining neighbors?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Maddie, Charlie, any questions?
Just a couple. The materials you're using on your railings, are they going to be consistent between the railings on top of the retaining walls as well as the house, and what are those materials? Because there's a lot of railing here on this site, house, etc.
Yeah, we would. The proposed railings are all going to be a cast railing system, and they will be consistent from grade to house.
Do you have a sample of that? Yeah, cast. I guess I'm not familiar with what
I think we don't have a color sample of that with us, no.
And speaking of color samples, how about the brick? Do you have a sample of the brick that you're proposing to use?
You should.
I have it outside.
Oh.
If you bring up the color,
I'd like to see it if that's possible. And
Yeah, we have the tile and the brick should be in.
Is there a specific reason that you have added the tower to the structure? I mean, from what I recall, the last time you were here, the board basically asked for a simplistic, architectural style, something that would fit into the site. And, I know that with Italianate architecture, towers are commonplace, but since, one of the directions was to sort of simplify the project, I'm wondering if there's something that, the client directed, that the tower has some sort of significance to the lifestyle, or is it just purely an ornamental feature?
It will serve as a 2-story prayer room for them, which is significant in terms of their use of the home, yes. Also, we felt that it is typical to that style, and you could argue that this would not then be the most pared down and simplified version of that style. But given that it's, within the vocabulary of Italianate, we felt that it would be acceptable.
Go ahead, Nina.
Back to follow up a little bit on Charlie's questions about the color scheme on the house. I know computer renderings aren't always the most accurate, but what is white on this picture that we see, is that your plan? It's going to be white, or it's going to be
it's close.
More of a cement, a limestone color?
Right now, the white both kind of shows the trim elements as well as the stone and cast elements.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll admit there's a simplification there just in terms of reading the project. The tower elements, the bay elements, the bracketing, the crown molding at the eaves, those are all a painted trim, which will be a slight